Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this pre-election day, election day eve, the eve of the election. Yeah, it's been watching the American news. It's a little nerve-wracking. I'll admit it. I'm nerve-wracked for the sake of Americans. It's it is quite the big deal down there. Speaking of election news here in Canada, Saskatchewan had their election, and I touched on it briefly when I was filling people in with my Halloween live stream. And the Conservatives won by a fraction. However, I'm not able to do my full analysis yet because 99.99% of votes have been counted, which means we're still waiting for a couple. And because of that, I can't it doesn't show me the percentage of voters that went out. And I'm kind of curious to see what that is, to see if there's, any relation. Because in BC, it was almost tied and it was under 60%. But in New Brunswick, the Liberals won by a long shot and it was over 60%. So I'm very curious to see if it is under 60% turnout in Saskatchewan. Let's see. Hello, hermeteorologist. Hello, John Martinez. Nice to see you two in the Sandbox. Good to know that I am live. Give me a wave in the Sandbox if everything is looking and sounding okay. Because I'm still always so paranoid about that sort of thing that I'm here chit-chatting, making great commentary, the best commentary, just to find out that nothing was broadcasting. So I'll just wait for a couple waves to make sure it's all good. Speaking of waving, my flag is waving. Because even in November, I have to have a fan on because it's too hot. People were making that joke on Halloween where it's like, I don't know what everyone's talking about. It's like a nice June day. Checks calendar. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, like Halloween, the day before Halloween, it was like over 20 degrees Celsius, which is just ridiculous. Ridiculous for this time of year. Hermeteorologist says it's all working. Okay, good. I rely on you guys to make sure that it's all good. So normally I would start my stream at 6 o'clock in the evening because then there'd be less overlap with the serfs. But the reality is I want to start earlier because I want to be done earlier because I like to do other things in the evening afterwards. And yeah, there's probably a little bit too much overlap with the serfs right now. So I might have to just come to terms with the fact that when I live stream during the week, it should be at least 6 o'clock because there's a better chance that the serfs aren't streaming at that exact same time. Wow, John Martinez, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I hear you loud and clear. Looking good, Sandy. Why, thank you. I'm wearing my Majority Report Left is Best shirt. Yeah, I just happened to be wearing it today, and I felt being a little casual. I didn't feel like dressing up. I've been dressing up so much this past week for different reasons, for, making the videos of my book, the Halloween, other events that I've been involved in. So I just kind of wanted a chill, casual look for this stream. I'm watching the Majority Report today. There was some sad news. Sam Cedars' mother has passed away. That's a lot. Because normally when something like that happens, you should be able to take time off work and kind of recoup and be with your family and stuff. And while he technically has that option, he doesn't have that option because tomorrow is a very big day. You know, they have the live stream scheduled for the election night coverage plus the regular show. So he doesn't really have the option of taking those days off. So that's super sad. I've been, I've been forced to go into work shortly after a death and stuff like that, and it's really challenging. Her meteorologist, it snowed here. Not much, but still snow. I love snow. I love the winter. I love the winter. I miss winters. Winters used to be winter. We used to have 4 seasons in this country, not like a solid mix of seasons all throughout the year. 4 very distinct seasons where I live. And they all had their own feel, the own smell in the air, the vibe, the way that the sun shone on you, the atmospheric pressure, like everything. Like you could walk out and be like from a coma. You could just walk outside and be like, oh, it's spring or it's fall, or you would just know by the sense and the feel of everything around you. But now, nope, you don't get that anymore. Oh, it is. You never know what to expect with whether, like, I'm scheduled to get my winter tires on, but I'm like, do I? Anyway, John Martinez says Quincy Jones passed away. Sure, he was big and famous, but his music helped me get through life. Condolences to Mr. Cedar and the Joneses family. Yeah. When it comes to celebrities, I'm getting to that age too, where a lot of the people I saw growing up as a kid that I admired, they're late in years. Not that I was watching the original Star Trek live, but I remember watching it as a kid. And now when you think about all the people who were part of that show who have passed away, one that's actually really odd and tragic is the cast of Deep Space Nine. Quite a few of them have passed away, and they're all still relatively young, which is sad. Wow, this is a sad way to start this. We have lots to go over. Because I really wanted to do a live stream yesterday, but my mood had crashed and it was not a good day for it. So here I am today. Update on the sales of my book. I sold 3 copies on Halloween. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I should probably turn my phone off or turn the volume off on my phone. Let's see. Let's do that. There we go. Yeah, so on Halloween I sold 2 copies of my book and 1 to me. So I haven't sold any more since. I don't know how to promote it much, but I want to get started on making the other chapters of the book for the video presentation of it. That I have posted the first chapter on my YouTube channel, so please everyone go check it out. A story performance of the first chapter of my horror book. And I will be posting the rest of the chapters for patrons at the Jack in the Box tier. Also, I want to give a super big thank you to the letter hack. Actually, I don't have it prepped. Why don't I do this? Which one? Which one do I show? I guess. No, let's. Well, this one should be good. The letter hack helped me redesign my light bulb in box. So, oh wow, you can't see the mouse when I do this. So I was able to, he sent them to me as 2 different objects. So I was able to, you can see in the corner up there and off to the side, I had to replace all of them. That was my Sunday, actually. That's what my Sunday turned into. My Saturday and Sunday was just redoing all my logos. So frustrating because YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Patreon, they might say they want similar sizes, but they don't want similar sizes. And also when you have the profile bubble, Sometimes it's off to the side, like in YouTube, but for Patreon, it's right in the middle, and I don't like it cutting off any of the words. So I have to redo them for everyone, and every social media platform has like slightly different standards or different ways that it gets posted. So I have to redo it like 5 to 10 times. It's so frustrating. And then redoing the profile picture and everything. But it wasn't just that. It's also redoing like all of the things that I use when I'm doing my live streams. And in my video editing, my intro, like the do-do-do's, like all of those had to be redone with the new light bulb and box. But I figured now was a good time to do that because Patreon changed their logo to something pretty boring, and it took me a while to actually figure out what that blob was. Like, let's see, let's go back to the main screen. I think I have it. Contact, there we go. Yeah, that's the new patron up there. That's the new patron logo. It's a black blob, but it's like a P with like several layers on it. Like a P if it was battered and deep fried, I guess. I don't know. So I had to redo a lot of my templates and stuff with the new thing there. So I figured, you know what, might as well just redo my logo. But also I wanted to redo my logo for another special thing. November 1st is actually, it was the 4-year anniversary of my YouTube show. And my, has it changed since. Like a lot. Like a lot. Yeah, 4 years ago, on November 1st, I made it November 1st because I wanted it to be like the first of a month so that I could remember it easier. And just remembering like the first, you know, channel trailer I put out there and the first type of videos that I put out there and my idea of like, oh, for a thumbnail, I'm just going to make it black and white, you know, simple and read because it will be so simple it stands out from the crowd. That was my logic at the time. Didn't quite work out that way. Just having like simple black and white line work for logo and thumbnails, thinking, yeah, that will stand out because it's so dull. And just the way I was editing, the frustration I was having, learning all the programs, just trying to get into my groove, my need to be a perfectionist with everything that I said. Lack of proper equipment, like it was just so much to what I'm doing now. You know, it's a big difference, big difference. And I remember people saying to me back then, it's like, you're going to go back and you're going to like remove a whole bunch of your first videos. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Prestige, you know, it's good to have it up there so people can see the progress. And meanwhile, I'm like, nope, that one's down, I'm taking that one down, that one's definitely going down, that one's going down. Because they're basically embarrassing now, what they look like. But yeah, they were kind of embarrassing when I think back to them. Oh, hello, Carrie Goatee Woods. Hello, Sandy. I'm sick but happy to see you. Well, I hope you're feeling better soon. And MIDI Doctors, you were watching reruns of White Horses. You're always watching reruns of something. MIDI Doctor saying it looks like an oil slick talking about the new patron logo. Yeah. To be fair, though, it's not... I wouldn't say it's an improvement, but it's not a disimprovement. The last logo they had was also shit. With the orange circle and the black bar. That was also a really blah logo for patron. Oh. So, I do have a fair bit to go through, so why don't I get through it? A lot of news to cover, Canadian shenanigans to cover, and I don't know, at the end of it, I'll see how much steam I have, and then I might actually just dip my toe into some drama. Because I'm just like, I've had it up to here with a certain network. Imagine you could figure out which one. Also, just want to say that I'm hoping over the next week I can work on a video that I don't plan on live streaming, just due to the very graphic and content warning-ish nature of it. But I watched the debate with Sam Cedar and Tim Pool, both live and then through the surfs. And there was one section in particular that just made me see red. Just made me so upset. And that was when Tim Pool was talking about how victims of sexual assault have a responsibility to go get a kit done. And that kit will determine if they have autonomy over their body. So I want to go over that section. And again, just given the very graphic nature of what was talked about during that part of their debate, I want to have it in a separate video so that people can watch it without it, you know, interrupting the flow of my regular live stream. Plus, it won't be monetizable. I don't think it'll be monetizable. And I don't want it to demonetize my entire live stream. So I will be doing a commentary on that segment of the debate, conversation, chat. I don't know. It was just, for those who watched it, you definitely got the feeling that Sam was just being the patient dad talking to a child who, and I said it was like, sometimes at times, it was like Tim Pool was acting like something he just said was like this big revelation. And he didn't realize that the reason why, like he was a university student talking like these big ideas that nobody has ever thought about before, but he doesn't realize the professor has never brought them up because he basically considers them so base knowledge that you why mention it? Like it should be just assumed knowledge. But Tim Pool has like these big brain ideas, and meanwhile the professor's like, yeah. Or they're very discredited ideas, or they're very simplistic in their views of the world and stuff. And it was just, yeah. Which includes that segment that I'm going to cover. But kudos for Sam for holding it together as much as he did during that debate with Tim Pool, because it was like talking to a child. Let's see. Oh, Carrie says, oh God, everyone messes up my maiden name. It's Gayette. Gayette. Well, to that, I will also do this. Point to the side. I'm horrible with names. Gayette. And Carrie also saying, OMFG WTF, man, that's messed up. Yeah, that whole segment was just brutal. But, you know, I figure it should be a good idea to have somebody who has the potential of giving birth to actually be part of that type of conversation. John Martinez, Pool is a piece of shit. Being 7 years old and abused by my late aunt, I would have liked to have known about kits back then. But like part of the frustration too is a kit doesn't determine if an assault happened. It collects evidence in case an assault is reported or the person wants to go through with charges and stuff like that. It collects potential evidence of an assault. It doesn't determine if there was one. It's very messed up. Because, you know, there can be a lot of tests that doesn't show any sign of assault because those types of assaults happen in many different ways. Sometimes they don't leave physical evidence. It is just, again, it's so messed up, so messed up. The anti-corporatist, hello, says that's why it's important to know theory, but that sometimes the thing that you think is a great idea and something they tried before failed ethically. Let's see. Anti-corporatist, that's like the opinion by that right-wing politician that said wrecked his career when he was like, it's actually, if it's actually essay, that wasn't the words he used. Shake my head. I think I know what you're talking about there. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to put it into a separate video so that, you know, it can be very disturbing to people going over that conversation, especially with the language and the bluntness and the disregard. Just seeing that level of disregard from another human being when it comes to that type of thing. So, why don't we get into it? Steve Boots, who lives in Saskatchewan, he also covered the Saskatchewan election like I did with Dan from the internet. Go and check it out. It was one of those very, unsatisfactory ending live streams because at the end of the live stream, the results weren't in for Saskatchewan. And I didn't realize how long it was going to take, but apparently they hand count. They hand count all of the ballots, which means that it takes forever. And technically speaking, not all the results are in, but it doesn't matter at this point. The Conservatives have still won, regardless if all the ballots left to be counted are for the NDP. The Conservatives have still won. But they lost a lot of seats and stuff like that. But Steve Boots will break it down a bit. So let's give him a watch.
Shift in the Saskatchewan political. I want to take some time today to talk about the Saskatchewan general election because it represents a pretty significant shift in the Saskatchewan political landscape. And while the NDP aren't going to form government, they are going to be much more able to challenge Scott Moe's very diminished Sask party. Because the Sask party majority is now down to somewhere in the department of 32 seats. We're still waiting on the results from a couple of different ridings. But we do know that the Sask party is going to form a small majority government. But there are also some pretty significant implications from the way that this election...
So, one of my, I guess you could say almost disagreements with Steve here is that the NDP can better challenge the Saskatchewan party because, the Saskatchewan party only has a minor majority. With the way the politics here works, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you have a 1-seat majority, you have 100% of the power. So, yeah, sure, there might be more people to lodge protests, to challenge, to try to bring attention to issues. But when it comes to actually voting on legislation, the NDP has no more sway over it than if the Saskatchewan party had, double the majority. It doesn't make that much difference when it comes to actually voting on the legislation and pushing legislation through. It just means that more people can talk about it during the process of questioning it and analyzing it and all that sort of stuff.
Played out. The rural-urban divide, for starters, is as intense as it's ever been. The Sask party looks like it may not win any seats in the 2 largest cities. Ken Cheveldayoff may hold on to his riding in Saskatoon, but that's almost entirely because he just stood in traffic and waved at cars for days. Who knew that was a valid campaign strategy, but here we are. But a number of
I would say a lot of pizza places know that's a valid way to advertise. And you see them out on the corners like, buy our pizza, come in.
Serving Saskatchewan cabinet ministers are out. Laura Ross, Jane Mikowski, Christine Tell, Bronwyn Eyre, and Paul Merriman are all out. And in total, between losing the ridings and just not running again, Scott Moe's now lost 9 cabinet ministers. The Sask party government going forward is going to be a deeply changed one. But it's also worth noting that the makeup of the party is going to change. They have lost a number of their most prominent women, and now it looks like about 7 out of their 32 elected MLAs will be women. They've also lost their only Indigenous MLA, Jim LeMay, and they've only elected 1 minority MLA, David Chan from Yorkton. This is a party that overwhelmingly represents white, rural men. There's a very strong...
And as I mentioned before, they now have 100% of the power because slight majority, big majority, it's a majority. And so a majority that is representative of white men, right? White rural men is now in charge of Saskatchewan.
Chance of no Sask party representation in the two largest cities in the province. Like David Buckingham's in a very close race, Ken Cheveldayoff waving at cars may have done it. But I think there's another couple of things that we need to highlight here. For starters, the Sask United Party was very much touted as a significant threat on the right to the Sask Party, and it never really came to be. In total, they mustered about 4% of the popular vote and aren't winning any seats. Which is kind of hilarious, only because John Romek, the party leader, spent a massive amount of his own personal wealth in order to try to win, and didn't. You'll have to see it. Now, the feeling from a lot of NDP supporters this morning has been one of disappointment, and I'm not sure I agree with that. Like, yes, obviously I'm not a fan of Scott Moe, and I was hoping for an NDP win, but realistically, it wasn't tremendously likely. Politically, Saskatchewan has been very slow to change. Like, incumbency in Saskatchewan is really, really strong. People tend to stay in government for a long time. And the Sask NDP have been lost in the political wilderness for the better part of 20 years. Like in 2007, when they moved to opposition, they had 20 seats. Then 9, then 10, then 13. In a house that's ranged from 58 to 61 seats. Like, these are tiny oppositions. So now the NDP are going to have the largest opposition they've had since 2007. Like, they're likely going to wind up with MLAs in the mid to high 20s. And they didn't lose any incumbents who were running. They also got their highest popular vote share since 2007, around 40%. Now, this is not a win, but there's a lot to build on here. And a big part of that is they've got new talent in the legislature. They've got a number of young, energetic MLAs who are going to come in with new ideas. But they also just have more bodies, more people who can do the work of holding the government to account. This isn't exactly the result the NDP wanted, but there are a lot of positive takeaways here. Now, one thing I think is really important to note is the shift that we saw in the polling prior to the election. Like, for a long time, the Sask Party looked like a mortal lock to win this election, and in the last couple of days, a bunch of polls came out that suggested the NDP might be ahead in popular vote. Now, that didn't really turn out to be the case. It looks like it'll be more like 40-60. And you're going to see a lot of ink spilled about how polling is terrible and evil and all this stuff, or how people were trying to put their fingers on the scales. I really don't buy that. I really think it comes down to the fact that polling in Saskatchewan is just hard. There isn't a lot of market for it, and so as a result, there just aren't a lot of polls done. So when elections come...
Really, I wish that all this polling nonsense about elections ahead of time would just stop. Who cares? I want everyone to vote with the urgency that their vote matters and will make the difference. That's what I want. Who cares about a poll trying to predict who's going to win? Why does it matter what people suspect? Like, this is my frustration of the amount of weight and value and time and effort put into polling. So what? Like, I don't get it. Like, you're trying to predict the weather and then the weather happens. So what if your prediction was right or wrong? Like, at least then you know what kind of jacket to wear. But I don't see the point in polling at all whatsoever. And I actually find that often the polling results can do more damage than good, because it can give people a false sense of security so they don't feel like they need to go out. Or they might feel like, oh, so now I don't have to vote for this party that I have objections to, and I can just, do a protest vote because they're going to win according to all these polls. And then it turns out everyone does that, and then they don't win. Like, or some people think, oh, there's no point in me going out because there's no chance of them winning and stuff. But I just don't agree with the industry of polling the way it is. I don't see the point of it.
The samples are hard to get organized, and it's hard to get quality samples. You just don't have the existing track record of running a bunch of polls and having a bunch of existing samples to draw from. Political polling is hard, and it's getting harder and harder as it's getting more difficult to contact people by phone, and online polling has many challenges with reliability. But the polls did tell us that things were moving in the direction of the NDP, that they were capturing some degree of momentum, and that did bear out. It's a strong reminder that polls are useful for getting a sense of the direction of things, but they need to be taken with a grain of salt. But the big question that we're left with at the end of this election for Scott Moe is now what? He's lost most of his cabinet, including some of his most senior ministers. He's going to need to shore up his leadership. He's lost a lot of seats, given up a lot of ground to the NDP, And the party's going to want him to answer for that. He's likely going to have to survive a leadership review after this. And last time around, he only got 80%. Who's to say what'll happen this time? Like, this is a clearly diminished Sask party under Scott Moe. They've lost seats in both elections since he became leader. The trend is moving in the wrong direction. So what's going to really tell the tale is what he does to shore up his own support within the party. Like, does he move to the center or does he embrace more right-wing policies? I think the key indicator is going to be who he gives the essential positions to. For Scott Moe, that's finance minister. For a long time, that was Donna Harpower, one of his most trusted right-hand people. So just watch. Does he put in somebody more moderate like Everett Hilley or someone more hardline like Jeremy Harrison? It's really hard to tell, but I think who he gives the finance minister spot to is really going to tell the tale. So keep an eye on that. But there's lots to digest here, and there's lots of information still coming in. We're not going to have final numbers for another couple of days, and there's a couple of races that are still too close to call. This election was a significant shift in the Saskatchewan political landscape. And while it wasn't a complete win for the NDP, it was a big step forward. And it's left Scott Moe in the weakest political position he's been in since he became party leader. It's going to be an interesting legislative session. Scott Moe's received a pretty clear message, especially from the cities. Let's see what he does with that message. Take care of yourselves, folks.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's so frustrating seeing so many people vote the way that they do when Scott Moe has, actively worked to take away the rights of trans kids and actually use the Notwithstanding Clause to do that. And we're going to get more into the Notwithstanding Clause in this live stream with a potential way Doug Ford is going to use it. And it's like I've been warning about, the provinces look at what other conservative provinces are doing and say, yes, we're going to do that and make it worse. And that is exactly where Ontario is heading right now. And it is disturbing what might happen. So before I get on to a little bit of Albertan news, I'm going to check the Sandbox. Because it looks like a bunch of people have jumped in. Hello, Choki. John saying, as an American, I'm scared shitless about tomorrow. Trump couldn't be a bigger piece of shit, but Americans worship his sick mind. Seeing just snippets of some of his rallies lately, I'm at a loss as to how people can watch that and still think, yeah, no, he's capable of running the most powerful nation in the world. So disturbing. And the anti-corporatist just saying he's said that woman body will reject a pregnancy if it's involuntary supersuperiority. Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about, was that one, what was he, a senator that said that the system will just shut down and prevent a pregnancy if it truly is sexual assault. Soul Life, I tried to spam LeftoftheBox is live like 15 times at the end of the serves and typoed the name every single time but one, and by then everyone had left. Well, thanks for the effort. Were you doing Left in the Box by chance? That's okay. I appreciate the effort. Hello, PB. Welcome to the Sandbox. Hello, B-Cat. And Mozart. Shemegli saying, people have an interest in knowing what's going to happen, Sandy. It's not really that complicated. It would be one thing if the polls were accurate, though, but they're not. Like, that's the thing. There's all these different polls with all these different opinions. Right now, a lot of them are like 50-50 in all these areas, which is like statistically unrealistic. Some of them are using like AI models. Most of them haven't caught up to modern times on how to do polling. The numbers are being, there is a term that they're using where the pollsters actually massage the numbers slightly to what they think, what they feel is more accurate and stuff. So it'd be one thing if it was as accurate as the weather, as a weather forecast, because then you could prepare. But they're not accurate. And so they just give a false sense of hope to some people. And they have a big influence on people that I don't think should be there. And that's why I don't think there should be such a big industry in polls, because they haven't caught up to modern ages with the idea that, a lot of people don't answer their phone if they don't recognize the phone number. I'm one of them. They don't bother with these polls, so it's a very small sample size of people that you're going to get it from. And yeah, it's I could see exit polls being a little bit more realistic for use, but also with everyone saying, well, there's a lot of women who are going to cast secret ballots for Harris, and there's even some former MAGA men who have seen Trump just deteriorate so much that they're going to cast secret ballots for Harris as well. Like, there are too many variables to account for that are completely random and unknown to, for the most part, do accurate polling. There was one poll that came out, I think, over the weekend that a lot of people are excited about because apparently this person has been semi-accurate for quite some time. Sure, great, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to get my hopes up. I just encourage everyone to vote with the urgency that your vote will make a difference, and encourage other people to vote like that. And, find out election night what you have to deal with. Like, prepare for both. Prepare for both scenarios. Be ready for both. It's kind of like, I don't think a zombie apocalypse will happen, but I'd like to be prepared if one does. And, might not want a Trump presidency, but be prepared to hit the streets, and protest if he does. And be prepared to hit the streets and protest if Harris wins. It's just you're going to be protesting for two different things because, we need to stop what's happening in Gaza. And we need to hold the officials of Israel accountable for that. And I will be talking a little bit about some of that as well in this live stream. Let's see. Oops. Soul Life put in left of the Boosk. BOSX. Or left of the booze. Let's see. Shemagli polling is just a political reality we have to deal with. Same as Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day is a holiday I don't think should exist. It's stupid, and why do people invest so much time and energy into it? That's kind of how I feel about polling too, but I realize Groundhog Day isn't going away anytime soon. Same with daylight savings. We had that this weekend. I don't believe that should be happening, but it's going to happen. I just like to be able to vent my annoyance with it. Let's see. Lady Badash, welcome to the Sandbox. On the 16th, I'm going to petitioning my municipal council for funding to build community greenhouses. Anyone can use for them healthy food at any time of year all over the municipality. Oh, great. Mozart, Who's the Boss? Who's Left of the Boss was a good show. Shemagli, accurate weather forecasting? Yeah, doesn't really happen much. Same with accurate poll casting. Let's see. John Martinez, they have set up a website to protect wives of MAGA freaks to vote for Harris. It's kind of like how in some washrooms for women, you'll find cards on bulletin boards and stuff on how to seek out domestic abuse help, because going to a public washroom is one of the only few places the abusive spouse won't necessarily see that sort of thing. So you can swipe a card there or learn a phone number as to how to get help. It's really disturbing that they have to do this for Harris voters. To be in that type of relationship just sounds so toxic and unhealthy to me, that you have to hide who you're voting for from your partner, and that for so many of the men to then blow up and saying that it's the equivalent to cheating on them for not doing exactly as he says. Like, it's just the controversy around it, and just seeing the reaction of some of these right-wing men to this idea that women can vote differently than their husbands. It blows my mind that this type of thing is still happening in this day and age. Shemagli polling is about the only tool we have, though. I mean, yes, it's frustrating the way it's used to move opinion rather than model it. Okay, let's skip down. Okay, so I got a bit of news on Alberta that I wanted to touch on. Because that province is actually taking anti-LGBTQ plus legislation to a whole new level, like basically making it some of the worst in the world when it comes to trans folks. And there was a leadership review. They had their general meeting, and there was a leadership review of Danielle Smith. And basically what happens at a leadership review is the people who attend vote on whether or not there should be a leadership race. And if they vote there is, Danielle Smith could potentially still run in that leadership race. But it means that her seat might be up for challenge. Well, they had one, but let's go over some of the information first. Oh, I forgot to make this nice and big for everyone. Oh, I gotta be on the right screen for that. There we go. There we go. So Danielle Smith tweeted this out: preserving children's rights in schools is important as it is in all other areas in their lives. And I've gone over this type of thing before, and it is just transphobic horridness. It's transphobia with a smile. And Rachel Gilmore just replying, studies have proven these policies will cause more teens to attempt suicide. Why are you ignoring that? And Rachel Gilmore has this video. New Alberta Premier Danielle Smith has moved ahead with her dangerous bills going after kids' education and access to healthcare. This is despite research showing these policies put the lives of youth at risk. Here's what's going on and why you shouldn't feel hopeless.
Wow. She's actually doing it. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith just moved ahead with the introduction of her anti-trans bills, despite research showing that this exact kind of legislation in the US was found to cause an up to 72% increase in attempts from trans youth to unalive themselves. It's clear that these pieces of legislation do not protect kids. So who are they for? See, these three bills make life harder for trans teens and kids in general in several ways, including they prohibit minors from accessing life-saving gender-affirming care, including demonstrably safe, long-standing medications like puberty blockers if you're under 16. They require kids to be forcibly outed to potentially unsupportive parents if they want their preferred pronouns or names respected in the classroom. They exclude trans teens from girls' sports teams. And they require parents to opt in to their kids being taught about sex in class. Because if there's one thing that works when it comes to youth and that stuff, it's pretending it doesn't exist, right? Anyways, while this is pretty bleak stuff, even for the premier who recently suggested that the US Department of Defense could be spraying chemicals over Alberta, they aren't. I don't want you to hear this and feel hopeless. 2S LGBTQ rights groups have already promised to take legal action against these bills, and rallies are being organized to oppose them. And while she's doing this right before facing a mandatory leadership review, yeah, we see you, Danielle. Or do I have to call you Marlena? Because I didn't see a permission slip from your parents. The broader electorate has been sending premiers enacting this kind of legislation a pretty clear message lately. New Brunswick Premier Blaine Higgs enacted this kind of policy, and he just got kicked to the curb while the province elected its first female premier. Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe enacted this kind of policy, and while he was re-elected, he lost a ton of seats. Playing politics with kids' lives is desperate, unpopular, and just plain gross. And until politicians figure that out, I guess we'll just have to keep reminding them. What do you think of all this?
The children who are going to suffer the most from this. And that's why as much as some people want to try to paint the election in Saskatchewan as a bit of a win for the NDP, it does nothing to change the legislation being put through to harm trans kids. We need people out there in these provinces just, building a barrier between legislation and these vulnerable children, like just surrounding them, all the people with privilege, all the people, like it has to include people who this doesn't affect at all, because it's just a matter of protecting the rights of these children. And there has to be more people willing to stand up and push back against that. Because this is why I encourage people to vote in the, especially provincial elections here, is that these policies can have life-altering changes and effects on people. And for some people, waiting until the next election in hopes that a different government gets put in and reverses some sort of harmful bill, that'll be too late for some people. So it's so frustrating that this is still going on. And so Faye Johnstone, an advocate, a trans advocate, campaigning for more free and equal and socially just future for everyone, organizer and spokesperson with Queer Momentum, tweeted out, for all her pretty words, this is the worst kind of politics. This is a betrayal of Albertan values of freedom, responsibility, government, and support for families. Smith is using trans people as political pawns, restricting their freedom, all to appease a radical base. And just quote tweeting, Alberta looks to add restrictions on gender-affirming healthcare for youth. Officials say bottom surgery currently does not occur in Alberta on minors, and top surgery is extremely rare. Smith didn't have the numbers. The province doesn't have data. And so here she is again, making legislation based on something that doesn't actually happen. And there was an article to this. Let's see. I don't need to go over all of this. I glanced over it. So let's see if I can find the spots that I think were important. So the Alberta government announced new legislation Thursday following through on its promise to ban gender-affirming surgery for those 17 and under and hormone therapy for minors 15 and under. So basically, why don't we wait for them to start having puberty and watching, the horror of their body turning into a gender they don't feel within before we start actually treating them? Let them, progress in that way first. Let them try it out. Try out that trauma first. And require parental consent to change names on pronouns in schools. Premier Danielle Smith said the province has tabled two bills, Bill 26, the Health Statuses Amendment, and Bill Act 2024, and Bill 27, the Education Amendment Act 2024, policies that would act as a guardrail and protect future choices of minors who identify as transgender or who are experiencing gender dysphoria. Yeah, we're going to protect their choices by removing some of them. Like, this is so backwards, this language. Like, don't want to refer to everything as 1984, but this is backwards language to say that we're protecting the choices of these children by actively removing some of their choices. It's mind-boggling. So here, there are currently 10 gender-affirming surgeries listed under the legislation, including breast augmentation, chest masculinization, and others. Officials say bottom surgery currently does not occur in Alberta on minors, and top surgery is extremely rare. The province also does not have data on how often puberty blockers are being used by minors. When Smith was asked how many gender-affirming surgeries currently occur for minors in Alberta, she says they did not have that number. So she's making legislation based on information that isn't even there. Like, it's just in her head what she thinks. But where are the numbers? Where are the facts to back up this legislation? It's not there, and yet she's still pushing it through. She said the amendment is necessary because the province is seeing lawsuits all over the world from young people who have transitioned. When asked about Alberta specifically, she said it was happening in the medical profession. If it's not happening at all, then there shouldn't be any controversy around putting the guardrails around it, Smith said. So basically, well, if these surgeries aren't happening, then there shouldn't be an issue around putting up restrictions against that type of surgery. It's kind of like, you know, the people when it comes to the anti-abortions, like, well, if people aren't electively having an abortion at 8.5 months, then they shouldn't have an issue with us putting up those restrictions. There are issues with putting up those restrictions and how it affects everyone else. It kind of envelops within that. And a lot of this other information we've already gone through on these streams, talking about the types of restrictions and stuff that she will have. And today, Janice Irwin was absolutely, and this is from the Breakdown Alberta, today Janice Irwin was absolutely on fire with her member statement calling on Danielle Smith to live up to the values she once espoused on protecting trans youth. Well worth a listen. And so she is a member of the Legislative Assembly. I believe she is NDP. MLA, Edmonton, Highland, Norwood. Let's see. Yeah, NDP.
I believe these decisions are very personal. I have a non-binary family member. I believe these decisions are very personal and should not be debated in public. We shouldn't be making any child feel like the issues they're struggling with are something that is a political football. Those are powerful words, but they're not mine. They're this Premier's only 2 years ago. I think of that person, that Premier, the same one who tearfully pleaded in this chamber a decade ago that supporting queer and trans youth really is a case of life or death, noting that so many young people have nowhere else to go if they're not accepted by their community and not accepted at home. She shared stories from youth who faced rejection and abuse at home, but now she falsely claims these circumstances are rare, despite the fact that 30% of trans and non-binary youth report being rejected by their families after coming out. Something has changed for this Premier, and it's unconscionable that she plans to attack the rights and safety of transgender Albertans with not one, but 3 pieces of harmful legislation. With an opportunity to be a real leader in one of the best places to live in this world, the Premier is instead choosing to attack our vulnerable friends and family members. And for what? A few votes for her own leadership ambitions? I think of this Premier's own words 10 years ago. Live and let live. That was her mantra. She said, to me, it comes down to choice. I'm not interested in imposing my views on anyone any more than I'm interested in having their views imposed upon me. Premier, trans people aren't a threat. They're not a problem to be fixed, and choosing to put them at risk by presenting them as a problem is wrong. We hear from Albertans every day about their priorities, and this isn't one of them. Albertans want a strong public health care system, well-funded education, affordable housing, good-paying jobs. They want a government that takes human rights seriously and protects these rights. It's not too late for the Premier to change course, to admit she's wrong and do the right thing. Let's make Albertans, including trans Albertans, proud to live here. Make your former self proud, Premier. That's right.
So in there, she mentioned that 10 years ago, Danielle Smith gave a tearful presentation about this. And I think this helps to show just how much of a two-faced, performative, just, I don't know how you want to work it, word it, like the way that Danielle Smith will put on a mask of whatever she thinks will serve her purpose, but she's not espousing any actual values herself. It's kind of sick, actually. Because this person had asked the breakdown to please do me a favor, post a clip of Danielle crying in the legislature opposing Jim on a homophobic Bill 10 just falling apart in defense of abuse by parents and gay trans kids. Albertans must see what a conniving manipulator she is. Yeah, I think that's a good way of explaining it, a conniving manipulator. And the breakdown had the clip.
Knew that if their parents, most of them, their parents didn't know that they were out yet. Most of them.
So here she's talking about gay children. And again, this is December 2nd, 2014.
Knew that if their parents knew that there'd be some consequences to that. One individual I spoke with, she said that 2 lesbian girls had come out at her school and had been kicked out of the school. Another young boy told me that he came out to his parents and his dad rejected him.
And now she wants to force that on trans children. Like here she is pretending to break down in tears. And there's actually a bit of a gap here while she collects herself. Still working on collecting herself from her tears over how horrid it is that these poor
Another
children
young woman
have been rejected by their families.
Was beaten by her father. So while I respect that we need to find a balance with parental rights and with religious freedom, I think we need to also respect that in the case of these mature youths, this really is a case of life or death for some of them. We really do have a number of youths who have nowhere else to go if they're not accepted by their community, not accepted in their home environment.
What an absolute monster this woman is. To break down in tears over how horrendous it is and the treatment that these children receive, just to say that we're going to do that to trans children for their own good with a smile on her face is disgusting. And do you know what? Breaking, Danielle Smith got 91 support in the leadership review. Yeah, so she's going to continue to be the premier of Alberta and the leader of the Conservative Party in Alberta. 91% of the people who went to the convention agreed with her on these hateful legislation of this, what this will do to children. Like, it's just, how do you feel safe in that province? If you're trans, if you know anyone who's trans, how do you feel safe being represented by these people, knowing that these people are your neighbors? It is just heartbreaking and horrendous that the base seems to be riled up and happy for this type of thing. We're so going backwards on so many things. So, let's see. I'm trying to think of the order that I want to do the rest of this in. I'll check the Sandbox. Did I want to do this next? Or do I want to do one of these next? I'll save that one for last. Sorry, as I'm trying, I have different tabs all set up with, the breakdowns of the articles and stuff that I want to cover, but then I have them on like 4 different instances of the web so that I can at least have them separated and they're not all squished together so I can view them easier. And while I figured out within them which tabs I want to put in order, I haven't quite yet figured out which one of the overall presentations order that I'm going to do this in. And then I can do that, and then do that, and okay, so I think I'll do this one next. Anyway, check the Sandbox. And also, just a reminder, or not a reminder, but to people who may not know yet, my book is now officially, I can tell people which book is mine that I wrote for this derby way back when, and I have it linked in the description box below that you can go buy it on Amazon. I wrote a horror book called Necroplasm. I didn't choose the title. If you like horror books, please go check it out. And I've posted on my channel the first chapter story performance of it. And for patrons who are at the Jack in the Box tier, that is 25 American dollars per month, you will receive all the other chapters. If this is something that you really want to see, but you have very limited funds, wait. I'll let you know when all the chapters are available, and then you can just pay for a month. And I completely, I hold no grudge. Pay for a month, watch them all. We're good. But let's check the Sandbox. Actually, do I have it up? Do I have the image of it? The image of the chapter? Let's see. That I can show people. Now that I'm getting all distracted again. To do live streams when you're ADHD. Oh, no, I would have put it in a different folder. All right, this folder. There we go. So let's do this. There we go. That's the book there, Necroplasm, Chapter 1, New Possible Future, is the one that I perform for everyone. Like I said, it's available in the description box, the link to Amazon where you can buy it. I have sold officially 5 copies, one of them being to me by accident, sort of. I wanted to make sure it worked. Oh. Let's see. So people talking among themselves, talking about capybaras. They're so cute. They're so cute. And another conversation going on the Sandbox that I don't know what everyone is talking about. Let's see. Lady Badash, we love Rachel in this chat. Rachel is amazing. Go make sure you follow all of her accounts, Rachel Gilmore. She does amazing, amazing work and is not recognized nearly as much because she doesn't work for mainstream media because they don't like people who actually stick to their principles. B-Cat, no, you don't, Mose. I've been trying to get smuggled into Canada long before you found out about capybaras being allowed as pets. Get in line. Okay. People talking about eating capybaras. I'm sure it's happened. Lady Badash, Sandy, my MPP, sent out an update from him and his conservative ass is working on improving hospital funding. Oh, we're going to get a little bit more into that. Just absolutely disgusting. Orwellian. Yes, 1984. Orwellian. I should reread that book. I have read 1984. I should read it again just to see how it holds up. Let's see. PB, political operative, take these societal issues and use them. They oppress people to divide and distract us from existential issues. Yeah, Doug Ford. Major example of that. And like I keep on alluding to, we're going to get a lot into that as well. Just what he focuses on versus what needs to be focused on. So disturbing. John Martinez, she is like Kristen Sinema, got into the Senate claiming she was in favor of equal rights, but proved to be a fascist. Arizona hates her so much, she decided not to run. Such a piece of shit. Yeah, Danielle Smith, piece of shit. Unfortunately, she still has a lot of support. Lady Badash, parental rights and religious freedom do not trump human rights. Very much so. And that is including according to our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Let's see. So another story that kind of crossed my timeline on Twitter. This is fascist. Let's just say that. And I'm just like, what do you even do with this information on how bad it's getting? Because across the country, we have issues with authorities coming in and clearing encampments, unhoused encampments of people. And plenty of times on my channel, I've gone through how this traumatizes the community, how these encampments are needed, how sometimes there's no alternative, that the people in the encampments are choosing the least worst option over and over again. I've been through that. And everything keeps on escalating with these provinces. And so now you have 13 Ontario mayors asking Premier Doug Ford to use the Notwithstanding Clause to remove the rights of the unhoused people so that they can literally just be thrown in jail in order to get rid of these encampments. And this is something that Doug Ford basically said, hey, mayors, if you want this done, just let me know. And yeah. So this is a real possibility that Doug Ford will use the Notwithstanding Clause to strip away the rights of unhoused people. Just completely and utterly strip away their rights and make it so they can just be tossed in jail for their crime of being victims of society. It is so disturbing on so many levels. But we'll get into it. I don't think we need to watch the whole report here, Power and Politics. I've watched the whole thing. I can't remember how much of it. It's just that it's like a 9-minute clip. And with me talking, I'm trying my best to keep my live streams a little bit more condensed. So we'll see how it goes.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford had a message for mayors in his province this week.
But I have an idea. Why don't the big city mayors actually put in writing that they want the province to change the homeless program, make sure that we move the homeless along, and why don't they use the Notwithstanding Clause or something like that?
Move the homeless along to where? To where? To just put it in writing that you want them gone. Disgusting.
That.
Well, that's exactly what some mayors did. 13 Ontario mayors wrote to the Premier asking Doug Ford to use the Notwithstanding Clause so they can clear homeless encampments in their city. The Notwithstanding Clause would override a court decision from early 2023 that prevents clearing homeless encampments if a city's shelters are full. Cam Guthrie is...
So basically, the law that says you can't force people out of their encampments if there's nowhere else for them to go, They want to use the notwithstanding clause to say, so? Where are they supposed to go if they're there because there's no other options available to them? Like, if these big city mayors just follow the logic of what they're saying, they simply want these people gone. Realistically speaking, there's only one way these people can be gone, but they don't want to follow the logic to what they're saying there. That the only way for these people to just disappear is to die. Because they keep on getting pushed out to the fringes, somebody else's problem, no assistance, no help. What do you think the outcomes will be? But they don't care, they just want them gone. How do you be the mayor of a city representing people with that type of attitude? Well, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas is basically what they're doing. It is, they chose to become mayor. They worked at an election to become mayor. This is part of their fucking job.
Is the mayor of Guelph and one of the mayors who signed the letter, and he joined me now. Mayor Guthrie, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Why did you decide to sign this letter if there's nowhere for people living in these encampments to go?
Well, I think there's actually been a little bit of nuance to that, because what's happening in a lot of communities across Ontario is that there actually is shelter space that is available, or a unit for somebody, or a supportive unit where they can.
You see, the law specifically, when it comes to this, the notwithstanding clause that they want to use to override that law, it is if there's no suitable shelter spaces available, no compatible type shelter spaces available for the people in the encampment, which means that for some reason or another, if there is a shelter space open, the person in the encampment doesn't feel safe going there, doesn't qualify going there, can't go there for many different reasons. Sometimes they have pets. Sometimes it means that they have to throw out all their belongings, because a lot of these shelters say you can only have 1 or 2 bags with you. You know, you have to break up their communities. Couples can't stay together. You know, or if you have like a friend that you lean on for support that you've bonded with in these sites, you can't stay with each other. You can't support each other. It's not just a matter of, I use this analogy all the time, and it's like somebody is starving and here are these mayors handing them a rotten apple to eat. And when the person says, no, I'm not going to eat that, then the mayors then turn around and accuse them of choosing to go hungry. It's like, well, I gave you this option and you didn't accept it. Therefore, you know, you should just starve to death. Is pretty much what's happening with these big city mayors. The things that they are offering are not good enough for the people in the encampments. You can't keep offering the exact same thing over and over, and they get mad at them when they don't accept it instead of understanding it's not working. You need to do something else.
Can get off the streets and into some type of supports. But they just refuse. And sometimes they refuse for their own reasons. But sometimes municipalities have certain areas that are dedicated for encampments. And they're away from where the mom wants to go with the kids to the park, to the playground, or impeding on our downtown core.
Yeah, we want you to have encampments, but over there, out of sight, and away from resources. People set up encampments near resources, soup kitchens, downtown core areas where they can access their, you know, workers or, you know, other supports, doctors, clinics. Like, there's so many reasons, but they want to move them to areas that are out of sight, out of mind, and away from the resources that the people in the encampments rely on.
Really making it difficult for our businesses to succeed. Or they're, you know, tenting in the middle of a baseball diamond where a little league baseball game can't go on.
So there's only one baseball diamond in an entire fucking city? Is that what you're saying? You can't share? There's only one baseball diamond in Guelph. So this prevents little kids from playing baseball.
And when we have those conversations with those people to say, could you not be here? And could you instead be over here? They can still refuse. And that's where some of this legal friction, legal issues, the legal patchwork that's happening across the province from different cities is causing problems amongst all of us in the province of Ontario.
But this, I guess, Mayor Guthrie doesn't solve the homelessness problem, it moves it. It is essentially what it would do, right? Giving you the power to move them from here to there, as you say, if there isn't shelter capacity?
Well, in most cases, there is shelter capacity. And this is the problem. A lot of them will just say no, and they might have some reasons for it, but a lot of it is addictions and mental health reasons. And a lot of us feel that they are not making the sound decisions that they need to be to get them into a better path in life.
You see, these little children have no ability to have any sort of autonomy or thinking for themselves. And so we have to make the decisions for them because they're incapable of doing that. You know, instead of providing mental health treatment and addiction treatment. In fact, there's funding cuts to that. And we're closing down, you know, supervised consumption sites. And we're doing all that to make their lives worse. And then telling them that they're incapable of making their own choices in life. The reality is, this mayor just doesn't like the choices that these people are making. And do you know what? The people making the choices probably don't like their choices either. No one just chooses to be unhoused and have an addiction. No one wants a mental health illness. Like, these are things that should be treated, but instead of treating them, instead of putting in the resources, the time, the energy, the money to actually treat the problem, they just want to round them up and ship them away without any treatment, without any help. Just throw them in jail.
And we want to try to save their lives and try to help them move from an area where they are to a better area where they can have supports and have the wraparound services that they are in. And at the same time, have some sort of respect to our entire communities when it comes to public order and safety and welcoming public spaces that should be for all, but instead are being taken over by people and then hiding, I believe, under legal decisions that are causing huge problems within our communities, our business areas, and even in our residential areas too. We can have both compassion and empathy for these people.
Okay, so I don't think I want to finish listening to this windbag. Oops. This one. Okay, so this is from Diana Chan McNally. She is a community worker, educator. So she says 12, which is now 13, because the Guelph mayor just signed on. 12 mayors are formally requesting that the Ford Nation invoke the Notwithstanding Clause to suspend encampment residents' charter-protected rights so that they can be removed from encampments. The letter cites the grant's past Supreme Court's decision in the U.S., which allow local governments to criminalize unhoused people in lieu of building housing and shelter or offering services. It's draconian and represents an abdication of government responsibility for the welfare of homeless people. This letter comes a day after Ford Nation told Ontario big city mayors to have the backbone to formally ask him to use the Notwithstanding Clause. What kind of fucking coward is Doug Ford too, to say like, no, you have to initiate it so that I don't take responsibility for it. You know, this way I can just say, well, nothing I could have done. They wanted me to do it and I'm just working with the cities there. Ford has invoked the clause 3 times, twice successfully, to both force back-to-work legislation and to limit criticism of his government through third-party advertising. With the mayors of Barrie, Brampton, Brantford, Cambridge, Chatham-Kent, Carlington, Oakville, Oshawa, Pickering, St. Catharines, Sudbury, and Windsor, now Guelph as well, taking responsibility for the ask, Ford could very well table legislation that invokes the Notwithstanding Clause to evict encampments without municipalities needing to offer resources like shelter. So they can just come in, not offer help, not do anything, just say, get rid of them, and they can, with the notwithstanding clause being used. Even if you don't care about homeless people, you should still be greatly alarmed by entire demographic groups being targeted to have their charter rights removed. Who's next? And there is a petition that I will post in the link and try to remember, post in the Sandbox and try to remember to post the link below so that people can sign the petition. Let's see. It's this petition here. So it's on change.org, oppose the use of the notwithstanding clause to clear encampments. Is there a way to easily share this, or do I have to put the whole thing in? So people can read about that there. Just curious what the letter. So from the big city mayors, as elected mayors from across the province of Ontario, we heard your invitation for a clear request for provincial action to help municipalities with issues related to mental health, addiction, and homeless encampments. This isn't exactly help. We request that your government consider the following measures and where necessary use the notwithstanding clause to ensure these measures are implemented in a timely and effective way. The provincial government is requested to become an intervener on any court case that restricts the ability of municipalities to regulate and prohibit encampments, advocating for the principle endorsed, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I would say to everyone, sign this petition. Is there an easy, or do I just copy this whole thing in? Okay, I'm just going to copy and paste the entire link into the Sandbox. And I will post this below. So Diana was also on CP24 to talk about this. She says, I spoke with CP24 about Foreign Nations' potential use of the notwithstanding clause to remove homeless people's chartered protected rights and the government's no longer obliged to provide housing or even shelter beds. Let's stop it from happening. So yeah, the cities don't have to do anything to help these people, just ship them away to prison.
Rights that the charter protects.
Do you think there's a disconnect here?
I think there's absolutely a disconnect. If we look at what these mayors are actually asking for, invoking the notwithstanding clause, this is essentially asking for the use of the charter to undermine and violate the very rights that the charter protects. What these mayors are asking for is essentially the right to evict encampments, even if there are no other alternatives. So that is to say that cities are not obligated to provide shelter, housing, or even outreach services, which is absolutely egregious.
Do you think there's a disconnect here?
And so the mayor of Guelph was a little upset with all of this. So More Neighbor Toronto said, Ontario homelessness crisis is a huge challenge. Of course, people do not like encampments, but the right way to address them is to provide safe, stable housing and services. Using the notwithstanding clause in this way is wrong. Sign the petition. And so the mayor of Guelph decided to respond and say, give me a break. How about the mom that wants to take her kid to the playground but can't? Or walking trail that is now fully blocked, or the downtown businesses in our cores that are being decimated by encampments. Where are their rights? No one has the right to walk through a park, but people have a right to housing. That's an actual right. Stripping away people's rights because it inconveniences others is disgusting. It is just monstrous that you would much rather strip away these people's rights, throw them away like garbage, all so that people, the good people, don't have to look at them, don't have to pass by them. You know, saying that, these unhoused people are decimating, the businesses, the downtown businesses. Well, then why don't you work with the unhoused people to find them suitable housing? Suitable housing, not just, some crap room that you offer to them with no services, no help, and then get mad at them when they don't choose the rotten apple. He says there has to be reasonable to this issue if we have sanctioned areas and yet they just refuse to use those areas. Why are they refusing to use those areas? Probably because they're nowhere near resources that they need. Or they refuse shelter units. The pendulum is swung too far. And then people are saying, or what if you ask the province to redirect the $3 billion being sent out to every Ontarian at $200 a person to the 444 municipalities dealing with homelessness and addictions? Cam and all the other big city mayors, you can't arrest and mandatory treat your way out of this. And we'll get a little bit more into Doug Ford's bribe to people in Ontario and how that's costing him $3.2 billion. So instead of the mayors asking for some of that money to be redirected to help with this crisis, they'd much rather say, use the notwithstanding clause so we can sweep them under the rug. And this is just the Guelph mayor replying to another mayor saying, on October 31st, I joined my fellow big city mayors to request stronger measures from province to address the current mental health and addiction crisis hurting our communities. In Windsor and city across Canada, the current approach is simply not working. It's time to consider strengthening the role of involuntary treatment and other measures to truly support individuals in extreme care who cannot support themselves. And this goes into that little meme of, we've tried nothing and have run out of ideas. Because sure, they've tried maybe one thing by offering them shelters that aren't suitable to them. But now they just don't know what to do because, the amount of time and energy and resources and investment that they have to actually putting in to solve this crisis, to pressure the provincial and federal government to deal with the systemic issues that are causing these crises. No one chooses to live on the streets. In a healthy society, no one should have to. And a lot of the addiction and mental health issues, not everyone who ends up in the street had those to begin with, but you damn well sure do develop them when dealing with the constant stress of being on the streets. It is sometimes the only escape, only coping mechanism that they can turn to when they're in living such a hell, The constant anxiety that you're feeling, and that what's the word, when you're constantly feeling like your life is being threatened, what that does to your mental health. But you see, it's not just the big city mayors. Well, okay, so then somebody else was replying to him saying there's nothing reasonable, and this is president of Ontario Federation of Labor, organizer, activist, mental health advocate, Laura Walton, saying there's nothing reasonable about the contemplation of using the notwithstanding clause in regards to helping the unhoused rather than pander to the ask from Ford to ask for me. Let's collectively demand that the province properly fund ODSP, mental health care, housing, etc. And we're going to get into something about this. It just drives me crazy in a little bit. With this one in particular. There's got some news on that, huh? But then we run into people like this, the NIMBYs. And she says, if you're wondering what it's like to live in Toronto, this is my neighborhood. We learned this week the city is secretly planning to build an 80-bed men's shelter in our community. So you don't want people in encampments, and you don't want shelters being built. Where the fuck do you think they're going to go? She says, it will be across from a small plaza with a daycare and a family restaurant and 2 blocks from a public school. There are no services in this area and nowhere for 80 unhoused men to go to when they are not sleeping in the shelter. The councillor for the area was just as surprised as the community to learn the city's plan. There had been no communication with this neighborhood, no risk assessment. In fact, the whole thing is secret. I can't say accuse her of being a liar for sure, but that seems highly unlikely. The amount of risk assessments that go into anything the city puts in place is actually, extreme. There's a lot of factors that go into these things. And just because you don't know about what they were doesn't mean they didn't happen. She says, Olivia Chow was asked about it, and instead of sharing the neighborhood, their concerns would be heard. She bemoaned the fact that the neighborhood was tipped off. These are things that are supposed to be secret, so no one can oppose them. I understand if you don't give a toss because it's not your neighborhood. Be warned, there are 19 more shelters in the work. Oh no! Shelters for the people in the encampments to go to. Dread the thought. They have an agenda. The less you know, the better. Enjoy your 10% property tax increase. And Guy Felicia just saying, I'm glad there's shelters going up. By the way, it's not your neighborhood, it's everyone's. And then lefty Canadian radicals just saying, angering, isn't it? Instead of shelters, they should be building social housing there and giving them permanent homes in your neighborhood instead. Where are these people supposed to go? If you don't want them in encampments and you don't want shelters, where the fuck are they supposed to go? These people are horrible. And then it gets into even more issues when people in encampments or people who make encampments go way out of their way to make sure that they're in an area that won't interfere with other people. In fact, they try to hide it so that it won't be seen by others. Well, still then that's not even good enough because of this. It's like a tragic story that the Edmonton police is bragging about. Police say it is one of the most elaborate encampments they had ever seen, with mini power grid, including solar panels and multiple home appliances. The encampment was discovered last week by the City of Edmonton and Edmonton Police Services Joint Response Encampment Team. It was almost completely camouflaged and included 4 multi-level structures surrounded by fence made of trees and broken branches. The structure had been built without nails or other forms of support and were at risk of collapse. Inside, police and park rangers found fire stoves with lift fires, a stone fireplace, stone marble flooring, a working fridge and washing machine, and live electrical wires strung haphazardly. Power was supplied by 4 generators with solar panels powering chop shop for stolen bikes, 15 weapons, including 3 guns, and they're probably including knives, which are tools, and about 8,000 worth of stolen goods were recovered. Police have so far returned 2 backpack blowers, 1 mountain bike to the rightful owner, 20 violation tickets were written, and 10 warrants executed. The encampment caused significant environmental damage to the trees and root system, and the nearby creek was dammed in multiple places to provide running water to one of the structures. The encampment has since been dismantled. Those living in it were offered access to services and supports, which they refused. Yeah, they didn't go out into the middle of nowhere like this if they had other viable options. And just the resourcefulness of the people in this encampment, like, this is an impressive thing that they made.
To say I'm not impressed, that would be a lie. I would say incredibly unique. In my experience with the encampment team so far, I haven't seen anything this extensive, this elaborate. We're just off Fulton Creek in the 34th Street area, just off of a local dog park. We're responding to an illegal encampment that's been set up.
So literally in the middle of nowhere, like not interfering with anyone's parks, trails, or anything. In the middle of freaking nowhere, they make this encampment. And a lot of people have been commenting saying like, wow, these must be outliers, the people who made this encampment. They're so talented and stuff of that sort. The reality is, in any shelter system, in any encampment, there are very resourceful, smart, trained people, but they're unable to get a job for whatever reason. Maybe the way that they're smart doesn't actually work well in capitalism, which is a thing. So they're unable to get the jobs that capitalists require, but there's still intelligent, bright people all over the place. Some of the most articulate people I know are unhoused. Just because you're unhoused doesn't mean you don't know how to do things. And the resourcefulness of the people who made this encampment is just one example. And if they had more opportunity to actually build their own communities, you'd see more of this. But still, putting it out in the middle of nowhere, away from no one, harming no one, they still, nope, it's going to come down because, it could harm the people in the encampment that we don't want. So we're just going to destroy what these people were putting up for survival. Did they have a chop shop for bikes? Yeah, sure. Stealing bikes is wrong. I wouldn't, I don't encourage that type of thing at all. Sometimes bikes are some people's only source of transportation. But to me, they're not doing it from a lark. They're doing it for survival, same as people stealing food from a grocery store. I don't encourage stealing, but it's literally they're doing it for survival as a way to get some source of income. And if other sources of income, like a proper ODSP or disability benefit in Alberta or proper social services were in place, they wouldn't need to turn to that to survive.
They've got solar panels. We recovered 4 generators, 2 of which were buried underground to power everything. There is a creek, like I mentioned, and they have a generator stuck into the ground there to pump water to the site for a running sink and laundry machine as well. So this is the more extensive of the 2 sites here, if you want to follow me. It's a little bit tight. We got a fireplace, obviously chimney up front, out the top there. Operational sink, operational laundry machine, fridge, laundry, coffee maker, and then if you wanted to capture the floor, this was all natural earth, but they brought in stone tiles. The flooring is not something I had seen before at one of these encampments. It was all installed, almost marble flooring. This is all connected to their solar panels. A bit of a chop shop was going on. Yeah, we got welding equipment. We removed the bikes to check the serial numbers, and it just kind of goes further back and back. We've come across shotgun shells, knives, machetes, and a couple other firearms located within the encampment here. One of our park rangers had his drone out earlier. It was very difficult to see with the black tarping and obviously the leaves and earth that they use to conceal it here.
Literally, they were hiding this from people, and it's still too inconvenient.
The fencing that they've created goes all the way around inside the property, even outside a little bit there, and with how thick they kind of interlocked the branches, it's actually difficult to see, especially in the middle of summer. When we arrived, we were able to confirm that 5 people were sleeping here. The one gentleman who did admit to being here the longest did state that he was here since last winter. Honestly, extreme safety concerns. As you may have seen, you've seen the fireplaces. There is wires strung in and around the whole area inside the houses there. That is definitely not secure. As you can see, there's no nails, there's no rope or anything. One bad gust of...
So we're concerned about your safety because of the way this is built. So we're going to tear it around and throw you on the street with nothing. For your own safety. We're going to get rid of all of this and put you back in a more desperate situation than you were before. Because at least you had some security, you had some shelter here. But nope, we're going to destroy all of this, throw you back on the street where there are no dangers whatsoever.
Win one bad weather night, and that thing could come down and crush whoever's inside, unfortunately. There's not a lot of access to food, grocery stores, anything like that out here, and I think that just goes to show how widespread that these encampment issues are becoming from the downtown core.
They just got rid of all of it. Just disgusting that this is something that they're like, oh, let's brag about this. Look at this encampment we found. Where are these people supposed to go? People don't want shelters built in their neighborhoods. People don't want subsidized housing, fourplexes built in their neighborhoods. People don't want encampments in their neighborhoods. So people move their encampment away from their neighborhoods. But oh no, we still don't want an encampment even remotely close to a neighborhood. Like, where the fuck are these people supposed to go? And also, one of the main reasons why the unhoused population is exploding. Are some rents in Canada part of a price-fixing scheme? Yes. This is talking about Yield Star. It was an issue down in the States. It's also an issue up here in Canada. I've done some videos about it, but I just wanted to point out here. So since 2022, the Toronto resident says, and this is Cynthia Black, believes her rent has been rigged. Since 2022, the Toronto resident says she has twice faced annual rent increases of either 7 or 11%, depending on the lease type her household was offered, in 2 Livemore buildings owned by GWL Reality Advisors, a division of Canada Life. The buildings were constructed after 2018, which means they are exempt from Ontario's rent controls, which are currently set at an annual increase of 2.5%. So, because Doug Ford got rid of rent controls on new buildings built after 2018, they can raise it 7 or 11%. They could raise it. They could double it. They could triple it. There's nothing stopping them from increasing the rent to whatever the fuck they want, instead of just the 2.5% that the Ontario rent control says that it should be. The hikes have never made any sense, and when myself and other tenants sat down and asked the landlord to please stop raising rent so high, they told us they use software called Yield Star to help determine our rents, she told CBC's The National. Black has never heard of Yield Star and says she didn't think much of it. I wasn't able to negotiate my rent in any way, Black said. Rents are out of control in this province. That is a problem caused by Doug Ford, and now you have the mayors of the big cities asking Doug Ford to invoke the Notwithstanding Clause so that they can just wipe out these encampments and throw people in jail. They want to strip away people's rights because of the situations they were forced into because of the government. So infuriating. So infuriating. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox, shall we? Oh, and I recommend that everyone go and sign that petition. Like I said, I'll try to remember to toss it into the description box below. There's another petition I'll be hitting on that people can go and sign as well. Let's see. Soul Life, did Sandy say Canadian mayors? Mayors. John Martinez, I don't blame those people for not staying in a shelter that proselytizes fake bullshit Christian nationalism to them. I would not want to go to a shelter like that either. PB, there are all so many of these middlemen like Strammer who are willing to set up and lie to the public about the nature of the problem, create chaos so no one will tax the rich. PB, there is a grain of truth in that, but people have been put under acute distress because of cuts in social funding and contamination of our food supply and the environment. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So life, if you get out of work at 5 p.m., can't get a bus until 6 p.m. to get to the shelter by 7 p.m., the shelter stops taking people in at 6:30 regardless of capacity. It doesn't really matter. John Martinez, that stupid right-wing idea of involuntary treatment never works. Shake my head. This isn't, like, what they're proposing isn't even involuntary treatment. It's just locking people up with no treatment. BCAT, now we just imprison those with mental health issues. Yeah, and like I said, it keeps on escalating. You have some provinces saying, we'll use involuntary treatment on some people with mental health issues or addiction issues and stuff. And it escalates to the point now, no, they're just homeless, so we want to lock them up with no treatment. John Martinez, most houseless people I know try to hide it. The men's shelter I stayed at doesn't look like a shelter from the sides of it. When I was unhoused, living in the shelter system in Toronto, walking down the street, no one knew. I didn't look homeless. Wasn't something that I was about to tell everyone either. Lady Badash, honestly, give those people a job in engineering. I can't get a job because I'm a high school dropout, but if you ask anyone in chat, I'm rather intelligent. I believe you. And I can't get a job because I don't have a college diploma. I never finished college for reasons. I'd like to think I'm quite intelligent, but I can't get a fucking job. The only jobs I've ever been able to get are through references, like referrals, people I knew. That's it. If I have to apply for a job, I don't get it because I don't make it through the screening process, largely because of the lack of college diploma. But I'm quite skilled. I have lots of talents. Rather intelligent. Can't get a job. And I have applied for tons and tons of jobs over my life and just can't seem to make it through. And then the rare times that I would get job interviews, it's hard to do a job interview when you're autistic. Let's just say that. And I didn't know I was autistic at the time, so I was messing up those job interviews quite a bit sometimes. John Martinez, I also don't encourage stealing, but I understand it. Yeah, I don't encourage people to break the law. I don't encourage stealing. I understand why it happens, though. And understanding why something happens isn't the same as condoning it. I think that's the right word. Condoning means supporting it. I get condoning and condemning mixed up. John Martinez, genius level creativity. Lady Badash, I support people doing what is necessary to survive. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Nice to see you. Lady Badash, you are super intelligent, Sandy. Aw, thank you. Looney Tunes 9000. Sandy is super smart. Aw, thank you. See, that's a compliment I like. I have a hard time accepting compliments on something like when somebody says, you have really beautiful eyes. Thanks. I had no control over it. Just luck of the draw. You're thanking me for something I didn't have any ability to do anything about. Like, I feel weird about those types of compliments. I understand why people are doing. But if you compliment my makeup, that's something different because that's something that I actually had to do, put effort into, learn about, that sort of thing. But to compliment something that I had no say in, it seems weird to me. And I had to work on my intelligence. It wasn't always... There's a long history with me in grades and things of that sort. John Martinez, Sandy, you're one of the most intelligent, compassionate, understanding people I've seen anywhere in this life. You shouldn't be rejected. Well, damn, that is very sweet of you. Lady Badass, you're almost as smart as our cat overlords. That's a dangerous comparison there, you know. If they suspect that I'm even getting close to their intelligence levels, you might have put a mark on me. Oh. Let's see. So then, from there, I wanted to go to this. Oh. We're going to get into some double standards when it comes into calling out discrimination between different groups of people. Sorry, I swallowed that just a touch wrong. So this is a Canadian Heritage Twitter account. Canadian Heritage, Government of Canada, Terms of Use and Contracts. So this is a Government Canada thing. Has tweeted this out. Launch of the Canadian Guide to Combat Anti-Semitism. Think you guys already know where this is going. Discover the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism explained and illustrated. Practice advice on how to respond to instances of anti-Semitism. Visit this website. Okay, let's visit this website. It's long. I'm not going to go through all of this. But there's one area in particular that I want to hit on. So just, I guess, the opening paragraph. The drafting of this handbook benefited greatly from a series of consultations. You'd never imagine on who they were consulting for this. Consultations were held in Vancouver, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, and Edmonton. Over 150 individuals were consulted, including Jewish community leaders in the Canadian delegation to the IHRA, rabbis, academics, and teachers, lawyers, civil servants, and political staff, and blah, 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 blah. Case studies are provided. Let's see. Forward. Anti-Semitism is described as the world's oldest hatred, having existed in various forms for thousands of years. It is also known as the canary in the coal mine for all forms of hatred and intolerance. In other words, anti-Semitism often leads to and intersects with other forms of prejudice and hate. No forms of racism and hate are tolerable in Canada's inclusive and diverse society, as reflected in the Canadian Anti-Racism Strategy and Canada's Action Plan on Combating Hate. I agree that no forms of racism and hatred should be tolerated in Canada. I fully agree with that statement. Anti-Semitism is a threat not only to Jewish individuals and the Jewish community, but to society as a whole. Canada is not immune from the scourge of anti-Semitism, and in recent years it has risen dramatically across the country. In one of the final public addresses in November 2023, the late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney I have a video on him. Go check out. It's the Oka crisis. Remarked that in the wake of the Holocaust, firewalls were thrown up and bonfires of anti-Semitism were for a long time reduced to flickering embers. But those firewalls weakened in passage of time, willful neglect, and have been breached, cloaked in the armor of free speech, fueled by hate, stoked by oxygen. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the IHRA, there was a definition. Oh, Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, working definition of anti-Semitism. So let's just scooch down to the definition, explain, again, a lot of information. So here are the illustrative examples of what would be anti-Semitism. So the core definition, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property towards Jewish communities, institutions, religious facilities. The illustrative examples. calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of radical ideology or extremist view of religion. Can't argue with that. That I am against anti-Semitism. I'm against harming any group of people for any reason. Making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews, such as power of Jews as collective, such as especially but not exclusively the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other social institutions. I also agree with this. I do not want to see Jewish people dehumanized or demonized for whatever reason. You know, the conspiracy theories around Jewish people, totally wrong. Like, I am against anti-Semitism. No. Yeah. Dyslexia is starting to break through. I don't want to see harm come to Jewish people out of racism, out of, you know, preconceived notions, conspiracies, any of it, racism. I don't want to see harm done. So, accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagining wrongdoings committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even for acts committed by non-Jews. Denying the fact, scope, mechanism, example gas chamber, or intentionality of the genocide of Jewish people in the hands of the National Socialist Germany and its supporters and accomplices during World War II, the Holocaust. I'm against Holocaust deniers. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of intervening or exaggerating the Holocaust, inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. It's a colonial ethno-state endeavor. See, this is where we start getting into some really big problems here. Because, you know, you can't deny them their right to self-determination while they're busy committing a genocide by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. You can't call out Israel as an ethno-state. That would be hate speech, according to them. That would be anti-Semitic hate speech, according to this article, by saying that Israel is an ethno-state committing a genocide. Applying double standards by requiring of its behavior not expected or demanded of other democratic nation. You mean it is wrong? It's a double standard that we let you get away with genocide in this country? That Canada lets Israel? You know, that's a double standard, so we shouldn't allow that. We shouldn't allow Canada to simply just look the other way while Israel is committing a genocide. Because if it was another country committing a genocide, depending on that country, then Canada would be calling them out. So there is a double standard going on, but I don't think that's what you meant in this. Like, right now, what are we requiring of the state of Israel and its behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation? The amount of horror Canada has let Israel get away with without saying a word. And they're whining about double standards? Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus, or blood libel to characterize Israel or Israelis. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to that of the Nazis. That would be anti-Semitic hate speech, according to this document. That, you know, you compare Israel putting people in a concentration camp, starving them, killing them, bombing them, if you compare that to the Nazis, then that would be anti-Semitic hate speech. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the State of Israel. Oh, I agree with that one. I do not think that we should hold anyone collectively responsible for the actions of a small group within. Yeah. Collective punishment. I don't agree with collective punishment. So this is a hot piece of garbage created by Zionists. That just actually will really limit people's freedom of expression in this country if this actually gets accepted. It's just a hot piece of garbage right here. And so Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, following the launch of Trudeau's anti-Palestine IHRA handbook, NDP critic for diversity and inclusion, I do not know how to say this person's name, Blake, has issued a statement warning that the controversial IHRA definition of anti-Semitism could be used to silence criticism of Israel and urging Canada not to adopt it. It would definitely be used to silence criticism of Israel. Anti-Semitism, and this is from Blake here, an NDP MP, saying anti-Semitism is an evil that must be confronted head on. In doing so, we must ensure that in our fight against racism and hate, we do not inadvertently undermine the values of freedom of expression and efforts to counter other forms of hate, including anti-Palestinian racism. The NDP urged Canada to adopt alternative guidelines that protect the right to criticize state or government policies without being labeled anti-Semitic. This comprehensive approach will help ensure that all sectors of society avoid conflating legitimate criticism of government policies with anti-Semitism, fostering a climate where nuanced discussions are possible and diverse perspectives are respected. And you can read his full statement. It's a bit lengthy here. I'll just pop this in the chat, in the Sandbox. Interesting, though, how there's all this work and effort and committees putting into fighting anti-Semitism, but anti-Palestinian, there's no handbook on that. There's no handbook that I know of for Islamophobia. There might be, I don't know of it. But I don't see the same types of effort by the federal government to go into combating those types of racism. But this type, they're willing to take away people's right to criticize a government and their policies because it will hurt the feelings of Zionists. And here is Mark Kristen just saying, it is frankly impossible to take this seriously when this MP has not once denounced a single war crime or crime against humanity committed by Israel and repeatedly conflates and demands accountability for atrocities with anti-Semitism. And this is from Anthony Horsefarter, who is the most Zionist of Zionists in the Canadian government. He is a liberal MP. Liberal. And he says the NDP statement today rejecting the federal government's adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in 2019 and the new federal handbook is deeply disturbing. I call on those NDP MPs who disagree to please speak out against this. Yeah, no, he is just so horrified at the fact that, you know, some people are against the idea of freedom of expression being suppressed, that we're not allowed to call out the government of Israel for committing atrocities, because it will hurt his feelings. It will hurt his feelings as a Zionist. And Rabbi David, I don't know how to say his last name. He's a very outspoken pro-Palestinian Jewish rabbi, just really, really speaking out against the atrocities that are happening over there. And he says the government of Canada's new anti-Semitism handbook is a crude attempt by Zionist forces to suppress the truth about Israel and Palestine. I'm deemed anti-Semitic because I oppose the existence of the state of Israel, also because I single out Israel for critics. And A.V. Lewis also says, under the government of Canada's new anti-Semitism handbook, the publisher of Haaretz.com, Haaretz News and stuff, is an anti-Semite. I would be an anti-Semite according to this handbook. Let's see what makes him so horrible.
The Netanyahu government doesn't care about imposing a cruel apartheid regime on the Palestinian population. It dismisses the costs of both sides for defending the settlements while fighting the Palestinian freedom fighter that Israel calls terrorists. In a sense, what is taking place now in the occupied territories and in part of Gaza is a second Nakba. A Palestinian state must be established. And the only way to achieve this, I think, is to apply sanctions against Israel, against the leaders who oppose it, and against the settlers.
So that would make him an anti-Semite. Basically say, we need to do something to stop Israel from doing a genocide. Just horrible, horrible. And this is the federal liberals. They're an extremely Zionist group where they just, blanket go along with anything that Israel does, with what Netanyahu does. Just blanket goes along with it, never calls out the horrors that are happening there, constantly says Israel has a right to defend itself in the wake of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians being slaughtered in Gaza, but never mentioning that slaughter. Always referring to October 7th without acknowledging what led to October 7th, what caused it to happen, why is it that it happened. Again, not justifying the actions of Hamas, but explaining why it happened. The suppression and the apartheid state that they have done. Never has Justin Trudeau called out, the horrors that Israel's inflicting. But any time an Israeli soldier, an IDF soldier gets killed, it's heartbreaking to him, Just, at least though we have the federal NDP, provincial NDPs suck when it comes to this. They really do. But the federal NDP, minus their leader, Jagmeet Singh, are doing a great job of calling this out. And I wouldn't necessarily say minus Jagmeet Singh, because he did eventually call it out almost a year after the fact. But there are some NDP MPs who are strongly calling out the actions of Israel. I guess now they'd be anti-Semites. But here's Nikki Ashton, an absolutely fantastic MP we have. Oops, don't autoplay on me. And she says, travel to, so this person, Yipingi, I don't know how to say his name, traveled to Gaza amid genocide, volunteering his skills as a doctor to save lives. Healthcare workers like him are heroes. Earlier, UW punished him unfairly for his pro-Palestinian advocacy. That's why we must protect freedom of expression for all. What was that about a double standard that they were whining about? You see, Zionists aren't afraid of a double standard. They're afraid of not being a double standard. They're afraid of the standards being equally applied to them, is what they're afraid of. Because there is absolutely a double standard on how they're dealt with, on how, people who are pro-Palestinian, what happens to them versus Zionists. There is absolutely a double standard, and we're going to get into more of it. But first, this video from Nikki Ashton.
We know that freedom of expression is critical to a healthy democracy. It is seen as a fundamental right here in Canada, and yet your experience proves that Canadians, such as yourself, are targeted for speaking out in favor of human rights, in favor of peace, in favor of international law. I'm wanting to ask you, you spoke of the example of this plastic surgeon. Have you connected with others? Have others come to you to speak about how speaking out about Palestine has had a negative impacts on their livelihoods, on their reputations? What have you heard from others, whether it's in the medical field or beyond?
Because of my experience, I've had many folks, both in the medical profession, but also in other sectors, including in education, reach out to me to express the levels of silencing and discipline that they have been facing. I've also heard it from public servants and diplomats, people who work within these institutions that do not feel like they can voice any dissent or any criticism of the policies related to the Canadian policies related to what is happening and unfolding in Gaza. And when this is the reality, it becomes impossible to find a path forward for peace and justice for Palestinians in the region. I think it's also really important to recognize that the ways in which it manifests really represent bullying, harassment, intimidation from colleagues who just want to suppress any speech in support of human rights and dignities for Palestine and Palestinians.
And there's even more of a double standard when it comes to how people who are pro-Palestinian are treated versus Zionists. This article is in particular infuriating. Charges dropped against women filmed pulling pro-Palestinian protesters' hijab. Crown says victims' chant could reasonably be inferred as a call for genocide of Jewish people. Crown prosecutors have dropped assault and harassment charges against a woman who pulled the hijab of a protester at a pro-Palestinian demonstration in Ottawa in May, saying it needed to balance the public interest in prosecution and the reasonable prospect of conviction. As part of the reasoning given for withdrawing the charges on Thursday, Assistant Crown Attorney, I don't know how to say that name, said the Crown considered a number of factors, including that the victim was chanting, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which he said could be reasonably inferred to be a call for genocide of the Jewish people. What a bunch of bullshit. So the attorney says that Hayfa, the woman that had her hijab pulled, was chanting the phrase outside Ottawa City Hall on May 14th when Lorna Birnbaum, don't know how to say names, approached her and pulled her hijab. Lorna was on her way to a celebration of Israel's Independence Day when she encountered Hayfa, who was waving a Palestinian flag and protesting Israel's assault on Gaza. A woman protesting a genocide. Video showed Lorna, 74, giving the middle finger to the camera before she pulled down Hayfa's headscarf, revealing her hair. Hayfa responded by shouting, "Shame, shame on you," as Lorna walked away. Following an investigation by the Ottawa Police Service's Hate Crime and Bias Unit, Lorna was charged with criminal harassment by threatening, conduct, assault, and mischief. Accused actions a serious offense, Crown says. Let's see. So just trying to, it's a bit of a long article, but I think so. Let's go to right to protest, not absolute. But he also said that Hayfa's constitutional protected rights was not absolute. Specifically, the Crown cited her use of the chants as problematic. Chants at a protest cannot call for a genocide of a people. From the river to the sea is not a call for genocide. It's not. It's not. It's not. And again, the double standard of here are people protesting against a genocide and someone who gets their fees hurt for someone who they're imposing or calling for a genocide. Well, they deserve then to be physically assaulted if they say something that I have misconstrued into being a call for genocide that is not actively or even possible to happen from the Palestinians. Then I'm allowed to assault that person physically, according to all of this, versus the person who is trying to call out an actual genocide that is happening right now. So basically this is saying that, if I walk by a protest and somebody says something that I don't like, that I'm now allowed to physically assault them if I think that what they're saying is really bad. If I walk by a protest and they're saying queers are groomers, then I guess I'm allowed to physically assault them at that point. If they say that. If I hear somebody protesting and say that, then I'm allowed to physically assault them if they say queers are groomers. According to this, because if you say, river to the sea, Palestine will be free, then a Zionist is allowed to physically assault them. And the statement goes on, anyone chants this at his or her own peril because of additional evidence in a particular case establishes a genocidal intent, the person could be charged criminally. Oh, so if they decide later on that Hayfa was, invoking a call for genocide, then she could be charged for being assaulted. He said it took the use of the chant into account when the Crown's reasoning for withdrawing charges because of the duty to assess the public interest, having regard to all the circumstances. The fact is that the chant is perceived by many Jewish and non-Jewish persons as being a call for genocide of Jews. I don't care, because it's not. It is not a call to genocide. It's not. It sounds counterintuitive to protest and perceive genocide of Palestinians while using a phrase where one interpretation is call for genocide of Jewish people. Generally speaking, when people are genociding one protest or protesting one genocide, they would protest other genocides. They're probably anti-genocide. So, but there is a petition that people can sign. Action alert, demand justice for assaulted protester at Hayfa. Is there, I don't know if there's an easy share button, but let's do this. So I just put the link to this petition in the Sandbox. And also something that was just kind of particularly disgusting about this. So you have the Canadian Heritage launch of the Canadian Guide to Combat Anti-Semitism, where it basically says that you're not allowed to criticize the state of Israel. You can't criticize what they're doing. And Canadian Heritage, happy Lebanese Heritage Month. This November, let's celebrate the resilience of the spirit of Lebanese Canadians while acknowledging their contributions to Canada's cultural fabric. There's a bit of a disconnect going on here. Somebody saying, celebrating Lebanese heritage while continuing to export weapons to an army that is bombing Lebanese people and Lebanese towns that are thousands of years old. So Canadian Heritage, let's celebrate Lebanese people. It's Lebanese Heritage Month. Also, if you call out Israel's government for what they're doing, the bombing that they're now doing in Lebanon, then you're anti-Semitic, horrible person. Bit of a disconnect going on there. so frustrating. Oh, let's check the sandbox. Let's see, what else do I have to get to? There's this, and then there were... Okay, I think I might be able to get through everything. Okay. John Martinez, I too have a hard time accepting compliments, being laughed at as a kid, and now being told my features are nice. Kind of weird to me. Yeah, like when I was massively overweight, the kind of comments I got then versus afterwards, it's hard to take people sincerely, I guess. I don't know. It's just weird being complimented on things you have no control over. Let's see. Lady Badash, I'm pretty sure the oldest hatred is self-hate. It's pretty deep. And I agree with John Martinez. I appreciate you as well. Let's see. Lady Badash, the concept of an ethno-state is racist? Yep. Apparently, according to that handbook. John Martinez, so telling the truth about Netanyahu and Zionist occupation, shake my head, that's not hate speech, that's facts. And Choki has been lurking. Let's see. Also says, I need to follow up with the court case in the UK. Professor one, he'd been fired for being pro-Palestine. Judge ruled anti-Zionism is a legitimate political stance, not anti-Semitism. And Lady Badash, hell yeah, for the federal NDP. The Green and NDP can stay federally. And Sarah Jama, but she's not NDP anymore, so she's an independent. Looney Tunes 9000, so I guess the NDP is what? Bad? Well, according to that handbook, it's just full of anti-Semites. Choki, I've heard NDP mixed bag. It's not so federally. They have members that are really, really, really good and others that are just quiet. Federally, the NDP is good. So you have a lot of people that are pro-Palestinian, speaking out against the genocide, calling for sanctions on Israel, talking about the water crisis in Canada, the treatment of Indigenous peoples, other forms of racism. Like they're very, very good and progressive, calling for a basic income, trying to get that pushed through, all of that. Like that's the federal NDP. If you start going province by province NDP, you run into a lot of trouble. Because there they can be very wish-washy on what elements they want to be progressive on versus what they are. And the biggest problem with the federal NDP is that they have a leadership that doesn't go far enough, that doesn't try to push hard enough. So it's not that they're bad, but they're not really good. So if the really outspoken good members of the federal NDP could take over the party, then that would be a party worth getting excited about. But right now, the leadership within the federal NDP are milquetoast. They're nothing like, oh, let's put in means-tested measures and try to fight for that and all that sort of thing. But definitely provincially, it's a mixed bag. And it's very individualized. And because you have the NDP in BC that is starting the forced treatment of people with mental health issues and addictions and brain injuries. And then here in Ontario, you have the NDP that kicked out Sarah Jama for basically referring to Palestinians as humans a few days after October 7th. She was calling for a ceasefire back then, so they kicked her out of caucus. You have the Manitoba NDP that's pro-cop. So it can be a very mixed bag. And in a lot of the provinces, the provincial NDP is just basically what the Liberal Party claims to be. And the Liberal Party tends to be a lot more right-wing than what they claim to be. So the provincial NDPs are what the Liberal parties claim to be. Oh. Choki Sam Cedar would be anti-Semitic. Absolutely, according to that handbook. Him and me both. Most of the people in the Sandbox, I would imagine, would be. Del Silver, I got the jitters. Well, welcome to the Sandbox. Hope I can help with those jitters. Those pre-election day jitters by distracting with Canadian shenanigans. Lots of politics happening up here. Hopefully we can distract, and we'll talk a bit about it, open freestyle, after I'm done with all the news stories I want to cover, just to be the what is it? You have the not the security, the personal security. It's not a security blanket, but when you have like that animal that helps with the emotion or something like that. There's a phrase for that I totally can't remember right now, and will be that to Americans. Darn it, what's the phrase? Anyway, I'm sure somebody in the Sandbox will know and tell me. Oops, jumped. Choki, there used to be someone in MR chat, Feldo2, called Sun Green, who used the same name emoji. Okay. Not about stuff. But yes, welcome to the Sandbox. Oh, good for Gabby. Hello. I always get paranoid that I'm going to miss somebody's name. I'm less paranoid that I'm going to say their names wrong, because that's just a given. So, like, sorry I'm late. I was watching reruns of Murder, She Wrote. I know what that joke is about. Hello, Lightning Rod. Anyone happen to watch Danielle Smith response to the carbon output mandates? I don't know anything about that right now. Oh, emotional support animal. That's it. So we'll be your emotional support people. Soul Life got it. Emotional support animal. So we'll be your emotional support Canadians. Lady Badash, emotional support streamer. I'll try. But Lightning Rod, comfort pet? Well, my pets are a comfort to me, that's for sure. Okay, let's get back into it. So, Ontario, shenanigans. This makes my blood boil. well, let's get into it, shall we? So recently, Doug Ford has been spending a crap ton of money on things that people don't want, while giving money away to other things and spending money in horrendous ways, and it's a mess. It is an absolute fucking mess what he is doing. So recently he's decided he's anti-bike lane. So he's made it so Municipalities now can't add new bike lanes unless they get permission from the province. But of course, he's not stopping there. Now he wants to get rid of existing bike lanes. So it's not bad enough that he wants to stop them. He wants to get rid of some. So all the money and research and analysis and consultations that went into putting bike lanes on some of the busy roads in Toronto, the investment put in that, he basically just wants to scrape that off the road, throw away all that money, put more money into getting rid of those bike lanes for reasons that are so selfish and also won't work. So if we go here, Ontario plans to remove Toronto bike lanes on Bloor, Yonge, and University. Toronto, Ontario is planning to remove sections of bike lanes in 3 major roads in Toronto as it considers whether to rip up more bike lanes elsewhere. The Progressive Conservative government tabled a bill last week that would require municipalities to ask the province for permission to install bike lanes when they would remove a lane of vehicle traffic. The government is going further, though, The government is going further through regulation, posting a proposed new rule that would require the province to remove sections of Bloor Street, Yonge Street, and University Avenue bike lanes and restore them as lanes for vehicle traffic. Ontario Premier Doug Ford has complained about some bike lanes creating gridlock, in particular, a stretch of Bloor Street that is about a 10-minute drive from his home in Toronto's West End. Yeah, I think we can see what's going on here. He thinks that bike lane that he travels down this road is an inconvenience to him. Therefore, he's going to use his power as a premier, spend taxpayer money to get rid of this very needed, well-used bike lane. And we'll get a little bit more into that. The regulation, which is posted for public comment until November 20th, says Ontario would establish a review process for our existing bike lanes that were created through removing a lane of traffic to decide if they should be maintained or removed. Let's see. Okay. The posting says the City of Toronto will be required to provide support to facilitate the removal of the 3 named bike lanes and that an exemption from Environmental Assessment Act would be included. We are doing everything we can to fight congestion and keep major arterial roads moving, but the removal of lanes of traffic on our busiest roads, such as Bloor Street, University Avenue, and Yonge Street, has only made gridlock worse. Transportation Minister Parmeet Sakura wrote in a statement, "When I lived in Toronto, they weren't bike lanes there, and it was gridlock. Yeah, even back then, there were no bike lanes. It was gridlock. Absolute gridlock. And so having bike lanes in allows a certain percentage of the population to not be gridlocked." The Association of Municipalities of Ontario has slammed the province for its bike lane legislation, calling it a significant overreach of power. Because Doug Ford is all for like conservative, independent, small government, that sort of thing. And yet he basically wants to take over all the municipalities. What's that, big city mayors? You want to get rid of your encampments? Just ask me. He wants to be king of the province. The association questioned how the Ministry of Transportation would be better able to make decisions about local transportation matters than cities themselves. This report by the Canadian Press was first... Okay, we don't need to know that. And so this is from Trillium. You don't need to read the whole thing. Doug Ford says only 1.2% of Torontonians commute by bike. That's not true. So part of Doug Ford's reasoning on getting rid of bike lanes and preventing them is that such tiny population uses them. This number is from 1991, before the bike lanes were installed. It's using numbers from decades ago, before bike lanes were installed. Yeah. The Ford government has stated on stated the on-paper process of removing some or all of the bike lanes on Bloor Street, University Avenue, and Yonge Street in Toronto. Premier Doug Ford has justified the decision by claiming that 1.2% of the residents in Toronto commute to work via bicycle. We know that these bike lanes where only 1.2% of people using to commute to get to work are taking away almost 50% of the infrastructure on those streets from vehicles, Transportation Minister Parmeet said on Friday morning. The figure is inaccurate. A poll conducted for the City of Toronto a few years ago found that 1 in 10 Torontonians say they bike to work. That's a lot more than 1.2%. It also found a full 70% identify as recreational or utilitarian cyclists who use their bikes to get to where they need to go. 1.2 figure covers entire GTA, predates bike lanes. The 2011 Canadian census asked how many people commute to work, and 1.2% of people in the Toronto census metropolitan area said that they cycle. The CMA concluded most of the Greater Toronto area, including Burlington in the west and Ajax in the east, reaching as far as north as Lake Simcoe. I believe the 1.2 also came from, there was another thing being cited from 1991, so I guess it didn't change between 1991 and 2011. This is a massive areas that have no cycling infrastructure whatsoever and where it's a frightening place to cycle, says Albert, a founder of the Toronto Community Bikeways Coalition. Factually, that's the wrong basis of data to use, says Anthony Smith, profession planner in Toronto, noting that there was another census in 2021. The 1.2% figure is irrelevant to today's Toronto, which has since seen a surge in couriers, e-bikes, cargo bikes, and bike share Toronto trips, not to mention infrastructure. Let's see. So here, at least 5% of people in Old Toronto now primarily commute by bike, said Smith, who compiled data from the 2021 census in the city province. The share reaches 10 to 20% in many core areas of the city, he found. And that's only people who commute every day and indicates cycling as their primary commute, he said. So there's probably another 5 times that number who bike occasionally. This is a tweet. We know that bike lanes save lives, but can good data help save bike lanes? Bill 212 may help the province removing existing infrastructure and people. Well, I don't know what this is about. I don't know what these maps mean. Okay. A recent survey backs up Smith's comments. A 2019 poll for the City of Toronto found 70% of Torontonians rode bikes. That's huge. 70% rode bikes. So this isn't like every day, but like even occasionally, 70% of Torontonians rode bikes. 44% identified as utilitarian cyclists who bike to work, shop, visit friends, etc. Another 26% said they were recreational cyclists who bike for leisure or fitness. Just 30% said they didn't bike at all. Of all respondents, 10% said they ride their bike to work in good weather. Bikes make up 37% of rush hour traffic at 2 spots along Bloor and the Annex, according to counts done this year by the group. And that accords with the city's own numbers, he said, referring to Toronto's latest cycling network plan update. Cabbagetown has 34%, and other central neighborhoods had between 26 and 33% share. If you build it, it will come. Basically, if you build cycling lanes, more people will start using them, that sort of thing. Thought I kept the tweet, too, where it was showing numbers from 1991. So let's just go with 2011, then, as they were saying. And I was seeing a whole bunch of tweets like this coming out. Bloor Spadina, November 4th, 8:34 a.m. Over 3 minutes, I saw 23 vehicles and 25 cyclists, including one parent with baby. The only congestion was caused by a vehicle. Wilford Nation and the Transportation Minister passed special legislation to take away this person's minivan. And I saw plenty of other things too, where people are like, well, not too many people cycle, but then you actually watch the intersection footage of the intersection, and you actually see as many bikes as cars pass by. It just doesn't look as much because they don't take up as much room. And as somebody who lived in Toronto, I relied on the subway system a lot and the buses and stuff. I literally thought there was no point in owning a car in Toronto because of how difficult it was to get around. Having a bike to get around, to just go to things and stuff, would have been great, amazing. And then you have people like this that this is the problem with the cars too in Toronto. It can take hours to get to a destination within Toronto via car, but it would take just a fraction of time to get to those places via bike. I thought I had... No, I was trying to condense the tweets, so... So not only is Doug Ford interfering with that, he is also now demanding that paper bags for the LCBO be from an Ontario-only company, from only Ontario companies as opposed to out of province. But there's a double standard going on. So this is from Frank Dominic. For just last week mandated that LCBO only buy bags from Ontario companies, but then today he's mandating that we only get IT services from US-based Amazon, even when we have our own Silicon Valley in Waterloo, which is very true. Waterloo has Google. Well, Kitchener-Waterloo has Google. BlackBerry, people might remember that. That was based in Waterloo. So there is a Silicon Valley happening in Waterloo, but, you know, gotta get IT from the US as opposed to an Ontario company. Let's get into it.
Doug Ford is forcing the province to only buy software supplied by Amazon. And this is ironic considering the fact that Doug Ford just forced the LCBO to cancel a contract with a Quebec-based company because he wanted everything to be made in Ontario. And this is absolutely a double standard, because it was literally just last week that Doug Ford forced the LCBO to buy from an Ontario-made company. See, it's interesting because when somebody's lobbying Doug Ford and they donate to him, he will bend over backwards to ensure that they get what they want. In this case, it was a paper bag company that was lobbying the Ford government to switch the LCBO back to paper bags. And when Ford found out that a Quebec-based company got the contract, he forced the LCBO to cancel it and go with an Ontario-based company. But considering that we have our own Silicon Valley here in Ontario and Waterloo, it seems kind of crazy to me that we're not going with an Ontario-based IT company. Instead, we are mandating that the vendor has to go with US-based Amazon. It's because Doug Ford doesn't care about you. He only cares about his billionaire buddy. If Doug Ford really cared about Ontario businesses, he would make sure that we only procured things from Ontario businesses in all situations, not just when one of his donors asks him to. Doug Ford is forced...
Yep. So Doug Ford has done a push to get alcohol into convenience stores. He's dictated how the LCBO, which is the liquor... it was the government-run liquor store of Ontario back when it used to only be sold through the government, which was really nice, actually. It was really nice to have that. But now he's spent like $1 billion to get liquor put into convenience stores a year early. He's been promoting alcohol consumption like crazy, making it available across from schools, all of this sort of stuff. He's been promoting it so much. And not once did he think about, you know, this might lead into problems by doing this. I was a fan of the only place you could buy alcohol was through the LCBO, the liquor store. Because it did help to prevent thefts from youth getting alcohol. It made sure that the prices were regulated. But now we're getting things like this. I just pick up my booze in the parking lot, spotted in Ontario. Oh, there's music with that, so I'll not play it with sound. There we go. So we see somebody with a hoodie looking suspicious, looking at a skid with lots of alcohol on it, and he picks one and runs away. And some girls who look like they could be teenagers are like, oh no, somebody's running away with the alcohol. All the store staff, they're distracted, so I'm just going to grab one and run away. See, much more youths will have access to alcohol because of things like this. Cold beer sold here. Uh-huh. Oh no, oh no, look, somebody's stealing alcohol. No, we didn't see anything. No, go away, go, run, run. You're gone, you're gone. They're gone. Okay, good. Grab it. Let's go. Predictable, but also why are you leaving a skid of alcohol? Not the best place to leave it while you're waiting to stock up your stores. But also another much more severe problem with all of this alcohol being available to people. Not shocking. Drunk driving is trending up in Ontario. Alcohol distorts judgment and people's ability to make logical decisions, say addiction specialist. And this is from the summer. After 2 people in Ontario were killed in less than 2 weeks by alleged drunk driver, family members left behind are asking, why do people still drink and drive? There's no excuse these days. Everyone knows drinking and driving is wrong and it kills. Rodney Russell, a grieving father, told CBC Radio's Metro Morning in a recent interview, I just don't understand why my baby is gone. Russell's 15-year-old daughter, Maddie, was struck and killed by a car in Brampton on July 12th while walking to his birthday celebration. The driver of the vehicle had been struck by an alleged drunk driver, causing them to spin out of control and hit Maddie, police say. Absolutely tragic. Just 9 days later in Bowmanville, an alleged impaired driver crashed into the back of an SUV before veering off the road, slamming into a family, of 3 out for an evening walk. The father, 31-year-old Spencer, was killed while his wife and infant daughter were injured, according to Durham police. The accessibility of alcohol is just going to make this worse. Because it's not just the accessibility that's the problem, it's the promotion of it that Doug Ford has been doing. The blatant promotion of encouraging people to drink, making maps so that people can find alcohol stores easier, to celebrate the fact that it's available in all these stores. It's going to lead to tragic outcomes like this. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And instead of so he wasted $1 billion on alcohol. He's forcing the LCBO to spend money in a certain way. He's wasting money getting rid of bike lanes. And what else is he now going to waste money on? Ford says $200 checks will be mailed to each Ontario taxpayer at a cost of $3 billion. And the number I've been seeing, though, is $3.2 billion. They just rounded down, I guess. The premier suggests the move is not tied to a possible early election. No. But opposition leaders have their doubts. $3.2 billion for $200 check bribes. For $200 check bribes. You see, he did this last time there was an election where he got rid of the renewal fee for license plates and actually gave rebate checks for people who had paid that for the past few years. Right around the time he called an election. And now he's just going to send out $200 to each taxpayer. Right near the election. Sure, that $200 will be nice. I won't even see any of it because it'll go directly towards my credit card. That's it. It's not going to help solve my problem. That won't pay off my credit card. That's not going to, put more food in my fridge. Not going to help put gas in my car. Nope. I think like most people, that money would just evaporate and really, for some people, sure, it could help out a little bit. But it is a momentary assistance for systemic issues within society that need to be dealt with. Because, this is just a moment of a little bit of relief, whereas the next day, the problems still exist. Ontario taxpayers are set to receive $200 checks in the mail early next year. A $3 billion plan the premier suggests is not tied to a possible early election, though the opposition leaders have their doubts. Premier Doug Ford and Finance Minister Peter Bethlen Peter made the announcement Tuesday, a day ahead of the province's fall economic statement, which serves as a mini budget. Everyone who filed a 2023 tax return should expect to receive a $200 check plus additional $200 per child, Ford said. These $200 rebate checks will make a big difference for families across the province, with checks arriving early in the new year, he said. A big difference for the families across the province? This is going to be a drop in the bucket difference for families across the province. Like, that's it. It's a drop in the bucket. Like, I'll take it for sure. You know, it's money I can use, money I can need, but it's not going to solve the problem I'm in with, you know, disability being completely and utterly unfunded, you know, forcing us to live in legislative poverty. Even $200 per month added on to what I currently get wouldn't be enough to make a big difference in my life. It would make things a touch easier. So this will make things a touch easier for some people. For some people, we'll get into it in a moment. So a touch easier for some people momentarily. That's all these checks will do. And he's using it to buy votes. People fell for it last time, though. That's money the families can use to pay off their credit cards. Yeah, that's $200 credit cards are paid off. After the holidays, to buy a winter coat for their kids, or to winter coat for their kid. I think $200 would cover a winter coat for a kid, or cover the cost of gassing up the family car to make up for the cost of the Liberal carbon tax. The Liberal carbon tax has nothing to do with the cost of gasoline. That is greedy corporation companies there. And depending on the vehicle, that is 1 or 2 Phillips. The announcement comes as Ford has refused to rule out the possibility of an election sooner than the next fixed date of June 2026. And while he has said he will not call one this year, opposition parties are preparing for possible spring contest. The two are not related, Ford suggested, saying his government has been looking for ways to save Ontarians money all along, including on transit fares, a gas tax cut, license plate renewal fees, blah, 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 blah. They'd increase taxes, take money out of your pockets. He concluded his answer by saying that the Liberals and NDP are basically the same party. No, the Liberals actually supported the Conservatives back when the Liberals knew that they were going to lose, which helped get Doug Ford elected the first time. So, you know, saying that the Liberals and the NDP are the same is a little off. They're very closer to being in line with the Liberals than they are with the NDP. Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie said she will donate her $200 check to the party as it gears up for possible early election. She did not mince words on what she called a money-giving gimmick. The Premier is attempting to bribe Ontarians with their own money. So yes, this is taxpayer money being given back to taxpayers. But just a drop in the bucket, a momentary little help. New Democrat leader Merritt Stiles says the checks do not provide any long-lasting help. I think a lot of people are struggling right now, but a one-time payment right before an election isn't going to solve the affordability crisis for Ontarians, she said. Green Party leader Mike Schreiner said it doesn't make sense to dole out this money without any means testing. Normally I'm against means testing, but in this case what he's about to say makes a lot of sense. It is ridiculous that millionaires and billionaires like Galen Weston are getting a $200 check when so many Ontarians can't afford a place to live tonight, he said. Yeah. That money would be far better invested in other areas, instead of just giving everyone $200 that can help a teeny tiny bit for some people, but for people like Galen Weston, $200, that's nothing to him. It's not going to improve his life. It's not going to do anything to his life. It's just giving him $200 so he can go out and have a fancy meal. It doesn't, like, what does that do for him and all the other millionaires in this province getting a $200 check? How does that help them? It doesn't. But instead, if you reinvest that $3.2 billion into housing, into social services, into healthcare, That could go a long way. And there were tweets breaking down like where this money could go, and I've gone over it plenty of times where the province is underfunding in education and healthcare, and we'll get to just a couple examples of that. But some doctors saying this could help cover the cost of like 26,000 nurses and stuff of that sort. I think we all know at this point this money could be better spent. As much as I would like to just get $200, I'd rather have a family doctor. Ford defended sending checks to millionaires and even billionaires. They're taxpayers, he said. These tax dollars are going back to taxpayers, and we are going to give it back to every single person in Ontario. And if they have a child, they're getting an additional $200 because life's too expensive right now. So only for people who pay taxes. All the other people who are working in this province, they don't get that $200. They don't get that help. And these tax dollars are meant to go back to the taxpayers in the form of social services. That's what they're for healthcare, for education, for infrastructure, for housing. Not for $200 that I won't get any practical use from. Ford and the minister said the government can afford to send out $3 billion worth checks now because of higher than expected revenues, including due to impact of inflation and provincial sales tax money in government coffers. Meanwhile, the only I was going to Google how to pronounce this word properly. Obstetric unit within 800 kilometer stretch of Northern Ontario could soon close, raising safety fears. Obstetric. I know the word. I know what the word is in my head. I can't say it out loud. So the hospital says it needs immediate funding to keep program running. It took just one general practitioner's sudden departure to destabilize the only obstetric program in 800-kilometer stretch of Northern Ontario between Timmins and Thunder Bays. The hospital says that without emergency funding, its unit will soon close, leaving hundreds of pregnant people traveling long distances to deliver. General Surgeon and Chief Staff Dr. Jessica said the hospital only has 2 general practitioners trained in pregnancies, and they don't work in that unit full time as they have other practices such as anesthesia and emergency medicine. We can't sustain 365 days a year coverage with 2 providers, she said. Yeah. So you have to travel. That's 800 kilometers. You have to travel hours and hours in an emergency potentially to get the care you need. So they added there are other physicians willing to come in and help, but the hospital has no mechanism or compensation agreement in place to pay them. They would essentially volunteer their time to help with deliveries unless the government gives the money we need to support that physician's service, she said. She said she'd rather not go into specific numbers, but the funding proposal recently submitted to the Ministry of Health is a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things. So that $3.2 billion could help towards getting people there so that people who are trying to deliver babies don't have to travel hundreds of kilometers to deliver those babies. And another thing, that could be funded in this province would be something like mental health care. But about that, you see, the Doug Ford government, unhoused people have mental health issues. They should be treated. But instead, he will force treatment or just round them up and throw them in jail. This is so disheartening. So this is from Jill Andrews. She's an NDP MPP. Breaking: Ford government votes no to universal access to mental health care in Ontario. Unbelievable. You should only need your health card, not your credit card. Folks shouldn't have to abandon therapy because they can't afford it.
demanding universal access to mental health services like counselling and therapy in Ontario. You should only need your health card for mental health supports, never your credit card. And that's why we are calling for humanity, as well as a policy that will not only save lives, but is actually good for our economy. I want to draw everyone's attention to 2 examples of groups of folks desperate for mental health care who can't always afford it. The government eliminated the compensation program that provided victims of violent crime and sexual abuse life-enhancing supports they desperately needed, like counselling. They can no longer get counselling and therapy services they needed or were previously awarded when the compensation program was slashed. In other words, survivors already violated by their perpetrators and oftentimes denied their day in court due to underfunding and understaffed courtrooms had to also experience having the rug pulled out of them immediately by this government. The Victim Quick Response Program, that shuts out. It shuts out victims who don't visit a victim service agency or go to the police within 6 months to report their attack. Who puts a time period on a victim's healing? Who puts a time period on a victim's access to mental health care they need? Apparently this government. Survivors of historical sexual abuse like child molestation are left out in the cold. I also want to say, Speaker, my Bill 61 declaring Eating Disorders Awareness Week passed unanimously, formally recognizing February 1st to 7th each year as Eating Disorders Awareness Week. Eating disorders impact your mental health, your physical health, and your economic health, quite frankly. And we know that it is the most least lethal mental health issue with the highest mortality rate. So I say people with eating disorders, folks who are survivors of violence, need to be able to access the mental health care they need, not have to wait years, not have to wait months to access that care. So please, Speaker, I'm asking this government, let's remove the barriers. Let us say yes to universal access to mental health so that people who are living with eating disorders or people trying to piece together their life after being sexually violated can get the mental health supports they need for free with their health card and not a credit card. Thank you. Demanding.
And the Ford Conservatives voted no. Absolutely. I do believe that if Ford calls an early election, he has a chance of winning still, despite all the harm he's done to this province and what he's choosing to waste money on, cut money, how he refuses to collect money in certain areas. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible that this is going on. And where's the pushback from the mainstream media? Nah. Because the media serves the establishment, same as the government. It is disgusting. Disgusting. I would give up my $200 check to have better access to healthcare. I would give up my $200 check to have universal mental health care for sure. For sure, for sure. You know, that $200 per person could be well better spent by funding programs that are desperately needed by so many people that could actually help improve their lives, not give them a temporary boost for some people. Because like I said, that money won't help improve my life at all, just pay down my credit card a bit. And I'm fortunate that I don't have much on my credit card to pay down. I have a very tiny amount compared to most people, but it's still stressing me out because being in debt at all causes, it's triggering for me, given my history with it and stuff. So being in debt at all, it's a constant state of anxiety and freaking me out. The only way I'm reasonably calm with it is because the reason why I went into that debt is because of my cat Frodo and getting him to the vet and stuff. And while I've been able to pay down like the initial amounts and stuff like that, other expenses also build up around then that I wasn't able to then stay on top of. But, you know, I'm fortunate that I only have like a teeny tiny amount to worry about. But other people, it's a drop. It is a drop in the bucket. So I just have a couple more things that I want to get to news-wise that are kind of smaller one-off-ish stories. Then we can relax. I'll see about going over some drama. and maybe just talk some security to any Americans that are watching to help with the jitters that you might be having. Be the darn it, what was the name of the thing again? Emotional support. Yeah, we'll be your emotional support people over the next 48 hours. So first, let's check the Sandbox. And thank you so much, Choki, for the £5, I guess it is. I don't know how much that is, so I imagine now I'm just rich. Thanks for the lovely, comfy stream. Disability solidarity, left is best. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see. Choki, oh, right, that makes sense. I didn't understand. Thanks, Sandy. I'm not entirely sure what that is in reference to, but yeah. You're welcome. John Martinez, LOL. Every time I hear Progressive Conservative Party, I chuckle. Nothing progressive about fascism. There's something I'm going to touch on. John Martinez sounds just as stupid as Doug Ford wanting to build roads under freeways that cost $1 trillion. It's an exaggeration right now, but wait till all the extra expenses and stuff comes in, then maybe. It's not going to be $1 trillion. I know that's a little bit of a sarcastic exaggeration. Tens of billions, definitely. Like they're estimating 60 billion to begin with, so it wouldn't surprise me if it got up to 100 billion easily. Let's see. Soul Life, OMG, of egg elephants mated with horses, we'd have elephants with hooves or horses with elephant feet. You know, I don't think we're going to find out the answer to that. I just don't think that one's going to happen. John Martinez, that's more than half the city's population. Getting rid of lanes makes zero sense. Talking about the bike lanes. Yeah, more than half the population will use bikes at some point, but a good number of them regularly use them. It makes no sense. Like the amount of room a bike takes up versus the amount of room a car takes up. And quite often they're carrying the same number of people because a lot of the cars on the road only have one person in it. Yeah. John Martinez, just like New York, there's no point in owning a car when you have buses, trains, bikes you can rent, and scooters you can rent. Yeah, like occasionally in Toronto, if I needed to get somewhere quickly or it was off hours or something, I could just flag down a cab or something. But the transit system at the time was fine enough. It got me to where I needed to go easy enough within a certain amount of time. And, you know, certain times of days, I walk faster than the traffic would go. And the intersections would just get insane with the amount of pedestrians trying to cross versus cars trying to make turns and stuff of that sort. Like, it's just, there needs to be like a complete overhaul of how Toronto works. Like, you need those scramble intersections where pedestrians are allowed to cross anywhere for a certain beat to then let cars be able to turn without pedestrians crossing the street. You need more roadways where you can't turn off of it, really, until you hit like a certain place and stuff. There has to be like a complete overhaul of the infrastructure there. People want to get around. Hello, Seth Evans. Welcome to the Sandbox. Let's see. Jokey, you're very welcome. I've unfortunately just had my disability raised. It's unfortunate. Oh, it's a euro, not a pound, though. British sterling. It's a pound. I don't know what that means. It's $1 here and Ireland, $2 in Europe. Or 2 in Europe. Not necessarily dollar. I'm saying dollar. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Good night, Vicky Clee. Hey y'all, I'm off to sleepy bye and found Sandy to listen to as I drift off. Well, I hope I can help you drift off with my voice freaking out over the nose. Let's see. Jokey, my partner needed a doctor, not a cop. Not sure what that's in reference to, but that's a lot of instances, unfortunately. Lady Badash, Ontario also has a Paris, a Dublin, and a Sparta. Fergus, London, like Waterloo, like all these places are like European named. Choki, we have 1 day to vote here and they've made it more difficult introducing voter ID for first time. You have to be registered though, but can mail in IRRC, never done it. Yeah, it's fortunate here in Canada. They do make voting fairly easy, which is then just so upsetting when voter turnout is so low. Because it's not through suppression. It's through people just not bothering to go. Okay, I just had a couple more little stories I wanted to go over, so let's do that. So Halloween just happened, and you know how at Halloween there's always those scare stories of like, gotta check the candy for razor blades. You never know, there could be razor blades in the candy. Gotta check. It's like that urban legend, and I think there's only been rare instances of that. And, you know, it's more just a scare tactic around Halloween. Well, yeah, I'll just show you the video from Steve Boots. Herding kids to own the libs.
I want to take a minute to highlight the limitless cruelty of the F. Trudeau crowd. Like, there's no belief, there's just hate. And if you want a very clear illustration of that, just have a look at this photo. A person in Calgary put out this sign in bowl saying, "Sorry, we can't afford apples because of Trudeau, so this year, just razors." They literally put disposable razors in a bowl, trying to hurt children to own the libs. A couple of things. First off, why is the sign written like a child's lemonade stand? They really went freeform with the capital letters. Really, at the end of the day, this is madness. This is somebody who is deeply unwell trying to use their political beliefs to hurt children. Like, if you actually believe in making things better, and your belief in how to approach that is to trap children into grabbing a handful of razor blades, you are beyond help. If your politics lead you to hurt children, how do you tell yourself you're the good guy?
Yeah. And so here's the article. Oh, I need to make that bigger. And so I'm trying to look at the picture here of the razor blades in a bowl. I don't think all of them have the guards on. Like this one looks like it has the guard on, but this one, it looks like the guards have been removed. Sickening. And just the idea of, sorry, we can't afford apples because of Trudeau, so this year just razors. The cost of groceries is not the federal government's fault. That is greedy ass corporations that have done that. There are things that the federal government could do that could help out a little bit, but the main reason why grocery prices are out of control is because of the greedy corporations. So a twisted attempt at political commentary hasn't sat well with parents in Calgary, Bowness, who are outraged after someone left a bowl of disposable razors out for children on Halloween. If they did this at their own house, they're asking to be egged, like to just have all the kids in the neighborhood come over with eggs. Because here's the thing, they weren't going to hand out apples. Nobody hands out apples on Halloween anymore, unless they're like candy apples. And you're in a really rich neighborhood that can afford that. The bowl of blue razors left outside a home was accompanied by a note that took a jab at Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We've read that note. So it was left outside a home. Wow, they've really just made themselves a target for like toilet paper in their trees and eggs on their walls. Fortunately, a mother who spoke to 660 News under condition of anonymity said she was beside her children when her children instantly plunged their hands into the bowl. She quickly told them to put the dangerous blades back. She said she couldn't believe someone would pull such a potentially dangerous stunt. I've never seen that before. You hear of stories with pins and razors or whatever, but I've never come across something like that, she said. She says people are free to have their say about political leaders, but ought to leave kids out of it. It was unnecessary. Political views have nothing to do with kids having fun on Halloween, she said. That could be something that could be on your end, whether it be dark humor or sick joke, whatever. Kids are out to have fun. The incident was reported to police, who confirmed 660 News Radio that they received a report about a bowl of disposable shaving razors left out for trick-or-treaters. They say there is not enough evidence at this time to indicate criminal offense occurred. I would think there should be a criminal offense, but just leaving a bowl of razor blades, I guess, in and itself. But here, like, you're encouraging kids to reach into it. I think that's where it could be problematic, very problematic. And so these people are these people. Fuck Trudeau chant has broken out at Rogers Place. Maple MAGA for you. And the thing is that, you know, when Trudeau gets out of office through he's no longer leader of the Liberals or the Conservatives get in, none of their lives are going to get better. In fact, with the Conservatives in, their lives will get far, far worse. Like, I'm all for blaming Justin Trudeau for what he's responsible for. But a lot of what the Conservatives blame Justin Trudeau are things that the Conservatives are responsible for. The Conservative politicians are responsible for, like housing costs and things of that sort. That's not something the federal government deals with. They could help, but it's not something they deal with. So a lot of their anger is misdirected at Justin Trudeau, and, you know, when he's no longer prime minister, their lives are still going to be fucked. And they're going to be fucked by the people telling them they're being fucked, which is just fucked. And this is the weasel that has a chance of becoming the next Prime Minister of Canada. Poilievre hates the press, especially women journalists. He deflects and distracts, but never answers the question. Example right here. I have a dislike for this guy that is skin crawling, just, the way that he interacts with the press, the way he talks to people, his condescending tone, it's hard to watch this without wanting to pull out your hair.
Who are these experts?
A number of your own comments and actions have been characterized as dog whistling to
By
the
who?
far right.
By who?
By a number of
By
different,
who?
but I think it's been
By
characterized
who?
by that way. But
By who?
are you trying to court? Are you trying to court the far right
Sorry,
vote?
I just need to clarify. By who?
By a number of different experts and a number of
who are the
different people
experts?
who work
Who are the
work in
experts?
this. Okay, well, I think
All
it's
right.
been established that
Right.
this is a concern.
it's
Are you
not-
trying to court the far right vote?
Who are these experts? You say that there are experts who are.
Everyone knows you're trying to court the alt-right. You need to have the bones to say it. Like, have the spine to say what you are doing, as opposed to just like, well, who exactly are you saying that I'm like, who is saying this? Who, by who, by who, by who? Give me a name. I want names. I want a whole bunch of names.
Saying this. Who are they?
My question is, are you trying to court the
Sorry,
far right vote?
I am sorry. Your question seems to be based on a false premise. You can't even tell me who these experts are. It sounds like it's just a CBC smear job. Thank you.
But
Next
what
question.
about the question?
Yeah, it's just the media, smear job, CBC in particular. I hate the added, like, it's so frustrating and infuriating that this weasel has the chance of becoming the next prime minister of this country. Like, again, not only does he not have his security clearance, which should be mandatory to be able to get ahead of time, as opposed to, well, he's just granted it. Like, unless you can qualify for security clearance, you shouldn't be allowed to be prime minister. But also, anyone who makes dumbass comments like this, also probably not qualified to be prime minister. So this was from a while ago, July 8th, 2021. And this is from Pierre Poilievre's Twitter account. Woke left goes crazy when people point out the undeniable historical fact that nationalist socialists in Germany and Italy were, as the name proves, socialists. Progressive conservatives. That does not prove the conservatives are progressive. He says fascism, socialism, communism glorifies the state over the people, and always with the same horrific result. Yeah, socialism caused so many genocides. Communism, how it's been rolled out, can be problematic with certain leaderships, but the theory of itself, not bad. Not bad. Like communism in practice, principled practice, not bad. But socialism, yeah, you know, all those genocides and death and stuff that has been caused by socialism. You know, fascism, socialism, communism, same thing, different spelling. That's all it is. But remember what I was saying earlier about double standards? You see, in this country, we have this weird thing about praising Nazis and fascists, like applauding them in the House of Commons by putting up memorials to the victims of communism and all that sort of stuff. There's even a Wikipedia page for memorials in Canada to Nazis and Nazi collaborators. There's so many that there's a Wikipedia page on it. Canada has several monuments and memorials that, to varying degrees, commemorate people and groups accused of collaboration with Nazi forces. Monuments and memorials include or have included the statue of whatever that is in Ontario, 2 monuments in Ontario and Alberta connected with the Waffen-SS, a statue of Roman something or other named street and parks named after Alex something, Philip, Leonard, and mountain named after Philippe, whatever, and 2 street names after commander of a Nazi Germany force and his strip. There are 2 monuments to members of the 14th Waffen, whatever, which have caused. I think there's also a street in a township not too far from here that is something that's really bad, like Nazi Lane, and I'm not joking. It is like that direct. Is there? Okay, now I need to Google it to find out. Nazi, no. Street name. Oh, if I could remember the township it was in, it might help. Oh, sorry, not Nazi, Swastika Trail. From September 28th, 2022, Pushland, Ontario Council votes to rename controversial Swastika Trail Street. At least they've actually renamed it. But you know, fascism, communism, socialism, all the same thing, different spelling. A word that came to symbolize hate, genocide, and terrors coming down in Waterloo region. Pushland Ontario Council voted 4-1 at its Wednesday meeting in favor of changing the name of the street Swastika Trail to Holy Trail. The street in the community southeast of Guelph was named over a century ago when the cross symbol was more familiar as an ancient religious token of spirituality. Probably should have been changed then before that. Probably. Before now. Just saying. You know. It was named over a century ago, huh? Yeah. Oh, the lone vote came from the lone vote against the change came from the mayor, James Seeley. You see, more recently, Kitchener was renamed to Kitchener from Berlin. That got changed, you know, around the time of the wars for some reason. Could have maybe looked into this one as well a bit sooner. But just Pierre Poilievre, the undeniable historical fact that nationalist socialists in Germany, Italy were, as the name proves, socialists. You know, the name does not prove. No, that's not how that works. It's not how that works. He is a weaselly piece of trash. Anyway, that's all the news articles that I have for you today. So I'm going to check the Sandbox, see where we're at. Don't know if I want to get into drama. We'll see about getting into drama. If people are interested in getting into drama, because there's a couple things. Because normally I'm the type of person that I'm like, I don't want to get into drama between like content creators and lefty stuff. And, you know, I only call out certain networks if there's a bigger reason. But this one just kind of bugged me. Maybe it's because I'm all very protective of who is targeted. It's for no reason. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox. Let's see. Lady Badash, not going to lie, if I was a parent and saw that, I'd straight up call the cops because that is reckless endangerment. Yeah, I think that's kind of the phrase that I was searching for when I was seeing that. Like putting out a bowl of razors knowing it's Halloween and that kids might think, oh, this is just candy that's made to look like razors. And I'm not necessarily joking when I say that, because why would an innocent child assume that there's an actual bowl of razors there, as opposed to it's just candy made to look like razors because it's Halloween and that makes the candy look scary? John Martinez, funny how conservatives want to own the libs yet are too stupid to realize they are voting against their best interests. Bunch of simpletons. Mozart. A 6th grade at my school brought a fake knife and wrench with fake blood. They looked very real to school on Halloween. They were confiscated. The parents called, "Where are our son's weapons?" Yeah, Seth Evans also saying, seems like child endangerment to me. But, you know, because there was a sign that was saying Trudeau bad behind it, then the police are like, yeah, it doesn't look that bad to me. But if there was a sign saying this is because of Pierre Poilievre, I'm pretty certain the police would have charged them. It's funny how that works in this country, but I'm pretty confident in the belief that if the sign was saying fuck Pierre Poilievre, here are some razors for you kids, the police would have charged him. Looney Tunes 9000, JFC answered the goddamn question. Lady Badash, I 100% believe that Pierre is a pedophile. That's, you gotta be careful of language laws here in Canada when you say something like that. There is no proof to suggest he is. And it's not something I believe. He's a horrible piece of shit who cozies up to fascists and stuff, but John Martinez, he can't admit he's a fascist and wants the Nazi vote. John Martinez also saying fascism couldn't be any more different from socialism and communism. Lady Badash, does he realize we have socialized healthcare? No, it's fascist healthcare in this country. We force doctors to do doctor stuff. Oops. Lady Badash, I said believe not is. I know. There is a difference between stating it kind of as your opinion versus stating it as a fact. And that is a huge difference when it comes to language laws here in Canada, but I don't like people being like, I don't like people just arbitrarily being called out as pedophiles or being believed as pedophiles without something more than just they're a creep. But that's just me. Like, have at it with your beliefs. And yeah, there are sometimes people where I've thought that. Let's just say there are definitely people that I've thought that about. And Lady Badash also saying with how much his party cares about trans kids and what is in people's pants. Yeah. No, he's absolutely transphobic and homophobic and racist and a vile piece of shit. No doubt about all of that. Oh, okay. I think I am caught up in the Sandbox. I don't know. Do you guys feel like going over these couple tweets? Like, it's not much. Just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And for people who weren't here at the beginning, just mentioning that part of the debate Sam had with Tim Pool, I will actually be doing a response video too, but it will not be live streamed because the nature of the video is very disturbing. And that was the part where they got on about victims of sexual assault and access to abortions. I saw a lot of red during that part of the conversation. It infuriated me on so many levels. So I'm going to be making a response video to that Because it's also helpful to have people in that conversation that could potentially be pregnant. Sam did a pretty good job with it, but what Tim Pool said during it, how he has a platform as large as he has. Very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. Looks like a couple people want to talk TYT. Okay, tell you what. How about I go get some of my Halloween candy that I bought for myself to give me a little bit of a sugar jolt, and then we'll go over the couple tweets. Sound like a plan? Sound like a plan. I will be right back. I will play the Letter Hack ad. Also, again, super nice big shout out to Letter Hack for helping me redesign my light bulb and box for my logo.
Hi there, I'm the Letter Hack, the cartoonist for the left. Are you sick and tired of hearing the news reported by overpaid shills for capitalism? Have you had enough of being lied to by corporate-funded cable news hosts? Then you're probably looking for an alternative to legacy and mainstream media. Well, so am I. And believe you me, there are plenty of other voices on the left doing good work speaking truth to power. Every week I use my platform to promote them in order to make sure you know that you have options when it comes to listener-supported podcasts, newsletters, articles, and media activism. But there's a catch. I'm an artist and a big nerd, so whether I'm interviewing a guest or showcasing a particular indie news outlet, there's always art involved. So, if you're desperate for a change in who you get your news commentary from, and you're a fan of pop culture, comics, and art in general, check out youtube.com/theletterhack. Live streams are every Monday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, but I'm creating more content all the time, so hit subscribe to make sure you get notified. Don't miss out. After all, the need for independently funded left-wing media isn't going anywhere, which means there's plenty of work still to do. So come hang out, watch me draw for a while, and learn about alternatives to the mainstream. That's youtube.com/theletterhack.
I need to finish updating that Be Right Back image. Ugh. Put the rest of my social medias and stuff on it. So yeah, there's some drama. And like I said, I don't normally cover drama, but this is just so petty. And it's so frustrating. And there is some actual, like, larger commentary to attach to this as well. But I will be covering the segment that Sam did with Tim Pool about the sexual assault and access to abortion later on. It will be probably like more scripted essay style video. But I want to keep it separate from my live stream, just given the nature of the content in it. The fact that it won't be monetizable, I imagine. But also, if I script it out ahead of time and edit it and stuff, then I can mute out the words that might cause issues with the YouTube algorithms. But I am, like a lot of people, very much looking forward to when Sam talks about his experience at the Tim Pool show. But right now, you know, with everything happening with the election coverage and his unfortunate news of his mother passing away, it's quite understandable that it might be a while before he gets to it. Which is just very, very sad news to hear. But also with the election just happening tomorrow, they're kind of distracted and focused on that. So, you know, next week, he said the end of this week, maybe next week they'll get to it. And I think then it will just be a good decompress for everyone to talk about that. Let's see. Flash, what? Just checking the Sandbox quickly. So Life, I think Sam was overexhausted, overextended, and had to defend and reverse attack a water hose of BS. But he may have chose to let slide knowing it was a dead end. Scripts are cringe. You calling me out, Soul Life? Do you like your status as a mod? Do you? With something like that, I prefer a script to make sure that I'm saying everything I want to say accurately, because it's important, I think. To make sure that I'm wording everything right, and also to help me keep my composure, because I got really mad during that. Lady Badass, I'm very mature. I totally didn't snicker at help me redesign my box. For people who are wondering, this is what it looks like now. The box and the light bulb. No, did I? Oh, I've linked them. So I've been trying to, so you can see up there and over there, I have them changed. Figured it was the right time to do that because Patreon just had their logo update, which is just a stupid icon for them. Not that the one that they had up was any good, but this one is also equally as stupid. Let's see. But yeah, I also think Sam was probably a bit tired and stuff when it came to doing the debate with Tim Pool. Despite that, I think he still held it together very nicely, more so than I think most people would have. Lady Badass, I've already heard Benny's, she goes by Bonnie now, take on Anna's defense of Trump. Now I get to hear Sandy's. That's not what I'm going to talk about, actually. I'm not going to get into that issue. There was just, this is a smaller one, much smaller. I'll be saving the more in-depth stuff with Anna when it comes to that video essay I keep on promising that I'm going to do. And in November, I'll be working on it because November is a rough month for me, generally speaking. Anniversaries of a few things that are really dark and upsetting to me. So November is traditionally a very hard month for me. So I might not do as many live streams and just maybe take some time and work on things like the script that I've been planning to do about Anna for a long time. And then that would include my commentary about her more recent turn and support of Trump and stuff of that sort. The drama I'm been hinting to is more about what happened at the Tim Pool debate with Sam. Lady Badass saying rest in peace, Mrs. Cedar. Yeah, he announced it on the show today. So Life, no, it's okay. It's not for me to get emotional about. Okay, it's not for me to get emotional about. Well, if this is a script, you do well. I was referring to the letter hack, LOL. Let's see. People complimenting letter hack on his logo. Yeah, I asked him about it because, you know, I didn't tell him that I was doing this, so he inadvertently gave me an anniversary gift for my channel. Because November 1st is the 4-year anniversary of my channel. But specifically, you know, I wanted to make sure that the colors stayed consistent. I just wanted a different bulb in a different box. ones that would be easier to see and things of that sort. But basically keep everything else the same. Also, I decided the white print for my name over here would be easier to see. So just little things like that. But trying to get them up in all the social medias and the different requirements and stuff drive me freaking crazy. And then I'm looking at them like the resolution once they're on the pages don't look that good. And I don't know how to make them look good. And I hate this part of the branding across the board. Why'd you do this? Come back. Come back. Okay, you guys are back. Sorry. My YouTube went weird for a moment. Oh, and YouTube's also getting mad at me that I haven't turned on my automation for ads. Creators adapting live automated mid-rolls saw an average over 20% uplift in stream ad revenue per hour. Learn more. I'm just reading my YouTube page because you see, I'm not a fan of ads on YouTube. I understand they're necessary. I'm not a fan of them. And so I have the option as a live streamer that I can have them automatically roll out, or I can manually do it. So to spare all of you, what I do is I choose the manual option and then I just don't do it. I can just blame it on my ADHD, like I totally forget. But then after a while, YouTube is like kind of catching on to what I'm doing and be like, you know, you can turn on the automator so you don't have to think about it. I do that for you guys. Lady Badass, I'm sorry to hear about how rough November is, Sandy. Yeah, actually, if it's anything like last November, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Not good, but also saying happy channelversary. Yeah. So Life, I keep referring to TYT as last year when it's more like 4 years. Lady Badass saying, we'd be fine with the ads, Sandy. I don't like them though. So I spare you guys that. Because I could turn the automator on, but I don't know how it works. Like, if an ad comes on, does it delay the stream or you just don't see what I'm saying for the moment the ad is on or something like that? There's reasons why I might not know how that works. So like we don't need to see ads from mobile to PC. We can block them, and I'm not sure, but I don't think it affects stream revenue. Yeah. Why don't I show you guys the tweet I was talking about? That kind of got me a little riled up, a little miffed, a little protective, I guess you could say. A little like, you go after who? So it starts with this. I don't know who this person... Oh, actual Justice Warrior, this douchebag. Wow, what a crazy clip. According to Sam Cedar, Anna Kasparian is leaving the left for cash and has said so on her show, but when he gets pressed minimally about TYT losing members, he suddenly just doesn't care about showbiz. Pretty crazy allegations against her.
Like, where's a big right-wing pundit who joined a liberal network, like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving the left, you know what I mean? Or Dave Rubin.
I mean, listen, if you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Well, I would suggest it's probably cash.
Cash and some other things, which I'm going to talk about when I do that video essay on Anna Kasparian as to why people on the left are leaving it.
I mean,
you think
like
Anna
you said,
Kasparian wanted money?
She said as much, as far as I know, in the past on TYT.
She said she would make more money by being not leftist?
I don't know if she said that. But I know that on her show on TYT, they have she's complained about not making money. I don't know why she's
still on TYT. Like, aren't they going to lose members who are progressives?
I got to be honest with you. I don't really pay that much attention to like showbiz.
Like, where's a big right-wing pundit?
Yeah, Anna she hasn't said, well, I'm trying to think of exactly what she has said that I've heard. Things along the line like she wishes she could get paid more, that it doesn't seem right that right-wing commentators get paid so much versus them, how they're not getting paid enough, how she wishes she could make more money doing this, how it costs $450 for her to get a haircut. That is something she's said before on the show. She acknowledged how much a haircut for her is. For a lot of people, that's half their rent. She has bemoaned Hassan for how much money he gets for playing video games and all that sort of stuff. So it's not wrong, and a lot of people on the left who weren't really sincerely on the left do leave the left because of money. That's not a lie. Well, someone quote tweeted this. Very upset at what Sam said. Somebody quote tweeted this. So upset. From Jank Uger. At this point, Sam Cedar, funny you're not tagging him there. At this point, Sam Cedar is just a gross liar. Anna never said she wants to leave the left for money. When he's pressed on it, he claims ignorance. Then why did you lie about it? We've lost subscribers and money because we acted out of principle. Something Sam wouldn't understand? You go after Sam like that? What? You don't go after my Sam like that. You don't, no. It's not like Sam can't handle himself in these types of situations, but this got me really moved. You don't attack my family. Not that I have any... You know, it's just a really pathetic parasocial relationship that I have with the Majority Report in general. But you don't go after the Majority Report or anyone on the Majority Report without going through me first. It's that type of feeling that I get from this, you know? Sam completely capable of handling himself in this, but it's like, no, you don't, Jank, you don't get to say that about my Sam Cedar. That, and not only that, it's wrong. It's so wrong. Something Sam wouldn't understand. He wouldn't understand at not making money because he sticks to his principles. So what you're saying is you know nothing about Sam. So let's just break down this tweet, shall we? So at this point, Sam Cedar is just a gross liar. What did he lie about? Well, Jank says Anna never says she wants to leave the left for money. But she has already left the left. Like, that's the thing. She's already done it. She's already said that she's no longer part of the left. And she's been going on podcast tours. I caught the title of one not too long ago that I haven't watched yet because I'm going to want to farm it for content when I do my video on her. But she's going on like a circuit of all these centrist right-wing podcasts to promote herself and her Substack. For what? Money! Money! Like, it's just... So Anna never said she wants to leave the left for money, but she's already left the left, and a lot of it has to do with money. Like, that's a past tense there. And then he says when he's pressed on it, he claims ignorance. He says he doesn't, you know... When talking about TYT losing subscribers and stuff, it's like, I don't know showbiz. That's not lying. Sam doesn't know much about showbiz. And then says, then why did you lie about it? Again, didn't really lie about it. Then Jank says, we've lost subscribers and money because we act out of principles. What principles are those exactly? What? Are they because you claim to be the home of progressives and then you start spewing completely unprogressive things? and then progressives tend not to watch the network much anymore. How is that? Like, here's one of my real big qualms about Cenk is he claims that TYT is the home of progressives, yet he is an avowed capitalist. You can't be both at the same time. You can be a capitalist with some progressive views. You cannot be a progressive and support capitalism at all. Those don't mesh. They don't go together. Progressives don't like capitalism. That is a descriptor of the progressive movement. So if you claim to be the home of progressives and then espouse all of these capitalists, pro-cops, anti-unhoused, all of those sentiments, sure, you can lose them because those are your principles. But you don't get to whine about it then. And like the thing is that Cenk has lost out on opportunities because of principles. And he always goes back to, what was it? He was on MSNBC or something, and he was speaking out a lot about Obama at the time. And Obama was like a new president or something back then. And so they offered him a different show, even though his ratings were really good. And they made a documentary about it, about him then leaving the network because of principles. And sure, that was a principled stand. But if you're doing it out of principles, do you really need to constantly hold that up as, look at me, I'm so great, look at what I did? Sam does talk about his stances that he made a long time ago. And pretty much like the principles that Cenk had back then was he wanted to call out Obama for the wrong that he was doing. Strong principles. That wasn't endangering him by saying that. You know, he wasn't putting himself in danger by those principles. Whereas Sam had a very well-paying career in TV and film. He wasn't a star or anything, but he was making a decent living. And then he had a principled stand against what the United States was doing when they went into Iraq. And him and I forget her name. I know her name. I can't think of her name off the top of my head. We're doing radio shows calling out the United States for going to war with Iraq, for invading Iraq. That literally put their lives in danger. He said that he had to leave the radio station with her with baseball bats because their lives were put in so much danger. So he gave up a lot of easy money and he put himself on the line for his principles. And he has continued to stick with those principles ever since. You can go back, and I do go back and watch some of the older shows. And before same-sex marriage was legalized in the United States, Sam was advocating for it. On most issues, Sam has been on the right side from the beginning, whereas Cenk had to be talked over to the right side in most places and convinced that they're good, whereas Sam was just already there. Saying Sam wouldn't understand losing money because of principles when right now he's getting regularly attacked as an anti-Semitic Jew for calling out what's happening in Gaza. He's lost a lot of subscribers. He's lost a lot of family members because of it. You know, friendships have broken up because of his principles on this issue. You know, Sam knows a lot about sticking to your principles, and that is like the thing I admire about him the most was just his integrity, Sam's integrity. That is the thing I have admired about him the most since I've started to really watch Majority Report and get to know who he is the integrity that man has. not something Cenk would fully understand, because he says he's for progressive values. He says he's for that. But then when it comes to trans athletes, like trans women in women's sports, well, then suddenly the principles of the progressiveness aren't there anymore. When it comes to equal human rights to all people, regardless of their gender, suddenly it's not those principles of progressive, they're not there anymore suddenly. Cenk is still good on a lot of issues, no doubt about it. But on some issues, he's really bad on, which goes against the principles of being a progressive. Cenk does not get to say TYT is the home of progressives when there isn't any progressives on there regularly, like hosting the shows. I mean like him and Anna, the two people who basically run the network. When they're not progressives, you don't get to say that's the home of progressives. When you have Ben Glebe as a content contributor, you don't get to say you're the home of progressives. Matt Binder also chimed in, just saying, as someone on the inside with direct knowledge, I can assure you that Cenk is wrong and Sam Cedar is an absolute expert in losing money out of principle, LOL. Yeah, we've seen that. We have seen that. Like also, like some of the things that Cenk has talked about recently, like there's being sponsored by the Poly Market or whatever that is, the offshore betting thing, which is just gross. Betting on anything thing. Just the way that they treat their employees, the whole union busting thing that they went through. If you're a progressive, you can't pick and choose which values you hold near and dear to your heart. There's certain core things when it comes to equal rights for people, when it comes to being anti-capitalist. Like there are core values that you have to hold to if you're going to call yourself a progressive. You can't be a capitalist and a progressive. You can be a capitalist with some progressive values, but you can't be both at the same time. That just really bothered me. But then also I've seen something, this came up in my feed too, that I thought was just like, Emo Dragon, he's usually on top of a lot of this drama. Proudly blocked by Burgess and Griscom at this point. You want to know why I don't find Jacobin particularly useful anymore? It's because of people like them. And then Post Left Watch just says, why are so many people willing to fall on their swords for Anna Kasparian? And here Ben Burgess says, is Trump a fascist? Has he been raging debate with the left since he came down that escalator 9 years ago? There's a whole anthologies of battling essays about it, articles, the debate, everywhere from Jacobin to New Yorker, countless hours of blah, 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 blah. And David Griscom saying, Ben is absolutely right about the most recent freakout over Anna Kasparian. This is a position held by plenty of socialists and leftists. Why in a movement of retreat for our movement people decide to be cops is bizarre, especially about things that aren't core to our project. I saw that a couple of those videos about Anna recently blowing up when she was giving Ben Shapiro the benefit of a doubt when it came to him not understanding what Zionism is and that it's responsible for the genocide of the people in Gaza. She was giving him the benefit of the doubt that he just doesn't know anything outside of its bubble. And then she went on to give a soft defense of Trump. And then you see other people. So Ben Burgess, I had this thing about him way back when. So you know how Ben Shapiro, way back when, used to be called the cool guy's philosopher? The way I see Ben Burgess is the cool cis heterosexual male philosopher. See, the biggest problem that I've seen with Ben Burgess in particular, I don't know David Griscom so much, he seems more default defense of his friends, is that they're incapable of looking through things through intersectionality, that they have a hard time with empathizing that way. Doesn't mean they can't empathize on some things, but it seems they have a blind spot when it comes to empathizing with intersectionality or just people who aren't like them. Because they will go and they will defend Anna and everything that Anna says, and oh, people shouldn't beat up on her and blah, 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 without actually stopping to ask themselves, why are people attacking Anna over these comments? Like, is there any merit to it? Should we look at it? Because I can look at a friend who said some horrible things, and instead of defending them, I'll say, no, these people are absolutely right. This wasn't cool of them to say, and go talk to my friend about it. You don't have to default defend anyone out of loyalty. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help the movement. But the reasons why people are mad at Anna are very valid when she is contributing to an environment that literally puts their lives at risk. She is legitimizing and validating right-wing talking points. And if you can't see that about your friend, it's because you're choosing not to. Enough people from the trans community have come out and spoken out. There's enough evidence of unhoused people and what they go through and the mental health issues. You know, there's statistics about crime that go counter to what she's been saying. If you can't see why people in general are upset with what she's saying, the turn she's making, it's because you are willfully choosing not to see it. You don't want to see it. You don't want to accept that your friend is going down that path. And instead of talking to her to maybe do something about it, to see where she's going, to see if there's any way to pull her back, you're just default defending her. What has she done to earn that loyalty? And why are you giving that loyalty to her instead of the groups of people she's harming? Where's your loyalty to the movements that you claim you champion? Those are my sense about that. Oh, I am very much looking forward to when Sam talks about the Tim Pool show and maybe about the comment from Jank. Checking this Sandbox. Lady Badass, actually Justice Warrior, is obsessed with Anna. Yeah, she was on, what show was it? I haven't watched it yet, like I said, because I'm going to be watching it. To see if I can use any of it for the video I plan on doing about her. It's just ADHD. You know, I'm planning to do a video and it's like I'm thinking about it, but then something will distract me and then suddenly I'll get back to it. And it's like, oh, right, there was this thing that I was going to do on, and be like, what do you mean it's been 6 months since I originally said that I was going to do that? That's ADHD for you. And the thing is that since the idea of the video first formulated in my brain, what's happened since has changed it a bit. So it's not that it's changed my opinion of what's happened. It's just it's gone deeper and it's developed further, which requires more analysis. But
unaligned.
Please pause it. So she was on this. Why does everyone feel so politically homeless with Anna Kasparian on the Chris William whatever 2.93 million subscribers? And so the little chapter here, avoiding political labels as a journalist, how Anna's worldview has changed, strengths and weaknesses of the left, the danger of absolute purity to a political group, incentives for people to move to the right. Will Anna's audience still listen if she changes her mind? How algorithms encourage political tribalism. The lack of grace in the dating arena? Okay, I'm kind of looking, I'm now very interested in watching this at some point. Are you talking about how some people on the left refuse to date people on the right? I'm sorry, but if you don't believe I deserve equal rights and you don't accept me as being non-binary or acknowledge that I exist as non-binary, it's not going to work out. Not going to work out. Oh. So let's see what the Sandbox says. So Life, you go dark when an ad plays. That sounds weird and sounds very ominous. Ominous? Ominous. So Life, I honestly think Anna is fried too. Yeah, it's been a long progression to where she is. Like there was, I'm like a lot of people when I first started watching TYT. Admired her to some extent, her willingness to speak her mind and things of that sort, but trauma changes you. It will never define who you are, but it does change you. And she went through a very traumatic event. And I don't know if she's dealt with it completely. Instead, she's just putting it off onto other issues and letting it control how she feels about the rest of the world. Is there something going on with the Majority Report right now? I see something premiering from the Majority Report. Do they premiere their videos? Sorry, I got distracted when I pulled up a YouTube page. What's going on here?
So that they're all knocking on the same doors. They have the same lit.
No. They're just premiering something they've already showed. Okay. From their show. See, I don't premiere things, video clips from my live streams. So I will be premiering the Tim Pool analysis video that I'm going to be doing. I will premiere the video that I'm going to be doing about Anna Kasparian, but if I'm just posting a clip, I don't premiere them. Anna Kashturfian. That's a lot in one word right there. The thing is that some people have mentioned, and it is quite a possibility, that there are contract issues going on. So she can't just leave and he can't just fire her without certain payouts and stuff. So if she just quits, chances are she's going to lose out on a lot of money. And chances are if Jank fires her, he's going to have to pay out a certain amount or something like that. Unless it's for something egregious, like just changing your mind and opinions on things isn't a fireable offense. I have to cover that. Sorry, I'm seeing a headline for a news story here in Canada. Violence breaks out at Hindu temple in Ontario as Sikh separatists clash with Indian nationals. It's probably going to become more of a problem with everything that India has been interfering with our politicians and stuff. Let's see. John Martinez. Hassan Piker speaks the facts. Anna is a TERF. So Life, oh my god, acting out of principles is why they lost money. No, they're losing subscribers. There's no doubt about that. I get the feeling that they are very desperate for money, hence why they're part of the poly market thing and getting these weird advertisers. And I should have seen it a bit more when I was working there at Rebel HQ, because I remember this back before BlackBerry was about to have its tumble, because it reached its peak, but then it was starting to tumble down. And the thing that companies often do at that time is start throwing in new leadership, new programs, new this, new that, like in a desperate bid to find something that will catch fire. And I was part of that desperate bid to catch fire. Not me specifically, but having like a whole bunch of different voices on Rebel HQ, hoping that would help catch fire to their network or something. But as you notice, like chances are as their subscribers go down, the majority of report subscribers go up because people learn about that. But their TYT isn't losing subscribers out of principles. They're losing subscribers out of being fake progressives while claiming to be progressives. That's why they're losing subscribers. Like all of their queer audience, I think, has fled. And I remember trying to warn Jank about that way back when. The only conversation I had with him was the damage being done to the queer audience that they had. And of course, he might not think that's much, but when you start doing the math of things, because if you look at the overall adult population, I know with like Gen Zers, it's like 23%. I forget what the adult population is for LGBTQ plus folks. Let's just check. So they're saying 7.6% roughly of US adults identify as LGBTQ+, which is more than double percentage from 2012. And this is an AI overview, which it's Google, which I don't like anymore. Let's see what an actual website says. 5.5% of US adults from 2020 to 2021. But it's up to about 20% of Gen Zers. So if you think about it kind of like that, TYT's audience, probably because it was a progressive network, had a higher than average percentage of their viewers being queer. So let's just say 10% of their audience, their adult audience, roughly was queer. And they decided to dismiss queer folks, make their issues not important, start using transphobic rhetoric when talking about trans folks and all that sort of stuff. Then they start losing 10% of their audience. And that you would feel that hit for sure. But part of the reason why Sam's network has, like the majority report, hasn't exploded in popularity is because he doesn't go for the clicks. He has stuck to his principles, so it's a slow build. Because he hasn't gone for what's sensational. He's gone to what his principles has stuck by all of his life, and getting in the dry interviews to talk about social security and all that sort of stuff. That is Sam sticking by his principles, which meant his channel hasn't grown as rapidly as some other channels. But it also means the subscribers to the majority report tend to be more loyal, I would think, because we're more in agreement. John Martinez, I'd feel the same if they went after Farron Cousins simply because he talks the facts. A liar calling Cedar a liar is funny to me. So Life, I bet she makes decent pay too. Considering she can afford $450 haircuts, I think Anna makes a decent amount on TYT. Like, she's not hurting working there. She's just not becoming glamorously rich. You see, I'm so used to living in dire poverty, it doesn't take much to me. Like, for me, a windfall would be making $2,000 a month. I'd be set for life with that much. I'd be able to pay down my credit card, make a savings from $2,000 a month, which is still living below the poverty line. But I've just learned to live that low. And I'd be, like, if I got $2,500 a month, $3,000 a month, I could actually afford to save up for things like a new computer, a new car, used, but a new car, which I'm probably going to need in the near future. You know, all the subscriptions and stuff that I need and the equipment and everything. From just that much money, I could be living large with security and stuff. But the problem with a lot of rich people or people who get higher incomes is their living expenses tend to expand with that. So, you know, they have bigger places which cost more. They get cars with higher payments. They get all these other subscriptions and this and that and the other thing that require more and more money. So just their average living expenses month to month is so much higher than what mine would be. So if they start losing any money, that means that they have to start cutting things out. Whereas I've already cut out everything I can without losing things that are very important to me. Looney Tunes 9000. TYT has no principles, Sandy. It has principles. It's called capitalism. Good for Gabby. Chanking his principles. Oh my God. Looking forward to your video, Sandy. I might eventually do a separate video about Jank specifically. But this video about Anna has been on the back burner for a while, but I think before I can fully, truly make it, I need to see how she reacts after the election, depending on who wins and stuff. I need to watch that video. Need to. Ugh. There's another conversation she had with somebody on a podcast that I have to listen to and just get bites. Like back when I was prepping for this, I watched maybe 20 hours of her own podcasts that I did markers for, and I have so many soundbite potentials. And so I tend to over prep for these things. And so then I have to try to focus down, okay, on what it is the point that I'm trying to make and keep it condensed to that and just have the rest there for whatever. Because part of it will be her appearance on the PBD podcast when they were talking about trans folks and things of that sort. And I wanted to push back on that in a way that somebody who isn't cisgendered could push back on it. And I think that will still be relevant, even though that conversation was from a long time ago, because it's not like these issues are going away, unfortunately. John Martinez, the song For the Love of Money, has this verse: don't let money change you. Anna is setting herself up for a catastrophic failure. Yeah, like the higher you build the mountain of wealth, the bigger fall you have when that mountain is taken away. Because like Jimmy Dore, if he starts losing money, he can't afford his mansion anymore. And to start losing things that you have gained, it's so much harder to deal with. So like when Cenk doubled down on his transports take around the time 98% of his mods quit, he said he was picking a popular stance over a principled one, then called his voters idiots for expecting more. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. If you have principles and you stand by them and then people stop watching your network too, it's like, why would that bother you? You know, you're just filtering out audience you don't want at that point if you're sticking to your principles and some people just choose not to watch you. Just means that the viewers you have left over are the quality viewers. Holy crap, Crowder was right about the eyes I never noticed, says Soul Life. I have no idea what that's in reference to. About the eyes. Good for Gabby. When Crowder told Sam to take his glasses off. Soul Life. John Martinez wasn't Crowder SAing his male employees. Stories have come out about that. Lots of stories have come out about that. Really, Crowder should probably be in front of a judge right about now. Looney Tunes 9000. Ben Glebe is also a Zionist. Yep. Says good for Gabby and me. Yeah, you can't be the home of progressives and have a raging Zionist like Ben on the network. But then you're not firing him out of principles of having a, more than one side. Sorry, there are no two sides to a genocide. You don't get to present the side of the genociders as being equal value to the side that's being genocided. It's just, there's no two sides to that one. Soul Life Gabby, he says beady eyes. I think something about the Velveteen Rabbit, which I don't get, or higher. It's anti-Semitic. That I'm not sure, but Tim's cameras make Sam eyes seem tiny. I think it's just a different angle. Because here the camera is looking more down towards him, so you're seeing more of the eyelid than you normally see. Whereas the camera is almost eye level with him when he's talking. He doesn't look straight into the camera, but it's more eye level with him. Whereas here, since it's looking slightly down, I think it can make his eyes look a bit smaller because you're seeing more of the lid and less of the like open eye part. John Martinez giving Ben Shapiro the benefit of the doubt. Shake my head. Yeah. Hypothetically speaking, if Ben didn't know about the dynamics happening over in Israel and Gaza right now, then he's not apt enough about what's happening in the world to deserve a podcasting show talking about politics. Like, there are some things you have to know a little bit about in order to be talking about them. And I think the genocide in Gaza, especially if you're espousing Zionist views about it, you should probably know a little bit more. You don't get the benefit of the doubt on that one. Looney Tunes 9000, why in the hell is David Griscom defending Anna? Not the first time, and that's the thing. That's not the first time I've seen those two in particular go to Anna's defense about everyone kind of piling on top of her. Not that I can necessarily blame them because, here I am going to Sam's defense. Not that he needs it, though. That's the thing. Sam doesn't need it. I'm doing it out of principle. But they tend to back Anna up without stepping back and maybe wondering, is there any validity to what's happening? Like, there's no internalized checks. Oh, what's the word when you... No reflections, nothing like that. They're just like, oh, they're mad at her because of her views. Shame on everyone else. How dare you? Like, that's the thing. They give this, how dare you have contrary views to Anna and call her out on her bullshit. Like, it's just... They get mad at other people for calling her out on her bullshit. And that's just... John Martinez. Oh, fuck no. Dating a fascist? Not in my life. I'm actually very curious about that segment right now, but I don't have the energy in me to actually watch it all with you guys live. But I'm very curious about what they're saying in that one. Because why would she care about it? She's married. Why would she care about the dating lives of others? See, I get to talk all about it because I'm single. So I can talk about the dating world all I want. It makes sense, but who's upset that a fascist can't get a date? Like, really, you know, if you're worried that somebody won't like you because of your views and all this sort of stuff, again, it's one of those things. If somebody's not going to like me because I'm in queer envy and progressive, good, then I just know not to waste my time with you. And all the people on the right should be saying the same thing. The problem is with the people on the right, when they start doing that, especially if their interest is towards women, they find that there's very little options. And so then they're like, how dare these people on the left don't give us a chance because of politics? Instead of, you know, maybe wondering why there's no women on the right. There's no women that share their values of being subjugated. I think I've run out of steam. And I covered all the stories I wanted to cover. So... Oh, I'm still on this screen. Darn it. Here we go. Hello. Yeah, I think I've covered all the things I wanted to cover, and I'm losing steam. So I'm going to do this. But of course you guys know all that. Why am I feeling there should be something on the other side? I'm feeling like there's something usually over on this side that I put up. I don't know what it is. It's nothing there. No, not that, no. I feel like I'm missing something. But I'm not. I'm looking through all my things. Yeah, but you guys know all of this. Ugh. Also, please go buy my book. It's linked in the description box below. Also, I'll put the links of the 2 petitions that I had in the description box below when I shut this down. I don't know when my next live stream will be. Probably, I would say at a bare minimum, not till next weekend. At a bare minimum. But it might be longer than that, just given everyone's going to be so caught up with the news in the States. And it'll give me time to just work on, again, a couple things. November's a rough month for me. Like, really not a good month for me. So I'm probably going to focus a little bit more on my artwork, on some other things I need to focus on before I completely and utterly lose my mind this month and have like a complete mental breakdown, which is entirely possible. So I might not do as many live streams this month, but I'll try to work on the video essay that I have planned and get that out to you guys. And I'm getting distracted by the Sandbox again. But yes, please go buy my book. I'd love to hear from somebody who's actually read it. Who's read the full thing. There's just so much about it. And the thing is that I haven't actually stopped living in that world in this book that I wrote, the Necroplasm, because there are ways that it's being built in my brain where I could make it into a series. And I think it's like, okay, if I start over with this book, where would I go? And it's like I said, it's a whole other world that I've built in this derby of a book that I would really love to explore more, but I want to see, like, just get the opinion of somebody who's actually read it. So I don't think anyone has like fully read it. Like, there were 2 people who bought it back at the beginning of October. People like, I don't know, just random people on Amazon, but I don't know if they've actually read it or they just bought it and haven't gotten around to reading it. Like there's been no comments, no reviews left on my book. So if you buy it, please read it and put a review, positive hopefully, on the Amazon page. I suppose since I bought it, I could put my own review on it, but it kind of gives it away when I'm the one who wrote it and my name is now in the as one of the authors. But I'm curious to see if people catch on to a lot of the things that I did in that book, or just, you know, see the parallels between the commentary in the book and what's happening in the real world and all that sort of stuff. Good for Gabby says that you'll read my book. Why, thank you. It's a full-length novel, so I'm not expecting anyone to read it overnight, unless it's so page-turning you can't help it. Like, the thing is I love reading it over and over. Like, part of the reason why I'm doing the story performances of it is because I love it so much. I want to redo it and re-go over it and all that sort of stuff. But, yeah. So my book is called Necroplasm. It's on Amazon. I can't show you my Amazon page because it would show you my postal code. Gotta be careful with that sort of thing. Let's do this. So right here, Necroplasm, I have chapter 1 and author notes available under my videos. See my new logo from the letter hack and my new little profile pic. So yeah, this also has a link to the Amazon page to buy the book. I also now have it, it'll be a standard in my description box from now on with all my other socials and stuff to read it. It's not the best photo of it. Let's do this. Well, it's not very close up, that's all. Do I have it up here? Yeah, I closed it. So distracted. Ah. There we go. Necroplasm. So based on this cover, that's where the book came from. But yeah, I'm very curious for people. But again, unless you're a fan of horror, do not read this book because it goes to really dark places. Like this is a horror book. And if you're not a fan of horror genre, don't read it. Like, I appreciate people buying it to support me, but do not read it unless you're a fan of horror, because you would probably find it extraordinarily disturbing. And it is in places, and that's part of the point. It's horror. You get to go to psychological places, moral places in horror books that you don't generally go to in the romance or something of that sort. Anyway, should be signing off. Jokey saying need to do some writing and or painting. Yeah, I need to get back to some of my drawings that I want to do. John Martinez, take all the time you need. November is my granny's birth month. You got this. Hugs from Gabby. I could really use hugs right about now. Jokey, don't dox yourself. I'll try my best not to, because I can't afford to move. Jokey, I didn't know. Sorry, Sandy. I'm having difficulty reading due to trauma right now. Used to read constantly. Oh, you don't need to apologize to me about that. No, take care of yourself. I used to read all the time too, and my attention span has dropped down a lot for reading because my mind will drift to like the videos and stuff that I'll be doing too. But I used to be a very avid reader. I want to get back into it. But it's a very specific genre that I like. It's horror and post-apocalyptic, which isn't exactly light media. But I do love post-apocalyptic and horror books. Combine the two, zombies. They scare me. John Martinez, love to read. Hope to get to it possibly tomorrow. Oh, you'll have to let me know how you like it. And Jokey says, I'll buy it too, just can't guarantee how long it'll take. I'll take. Yeah, no rush. And like I said, don't read it unless you're a fan of horror. Buy it if you want to support me. That's great. And it is a novel. Like, it's almost 300 pages. It's not an overnight read unless you can somehow binge read that. And it hasn't been properly edited. Like, I'm the only one who has edited it. As much as I've tried, I know there's mistakes in there. So you're just going to have to go with them, even though I know they would drive me crazy as a reader. Good for Gabby says, I love horror. Well then. And John Martinez says, I'll read the book in your voice. That usually helps. It would help a lot to understand if you hear it the way that you hear me. That's part of the reason why I'm doing the videos of them. Jokey saying I could read 3 decent-sized books per week. I always read until hospital. I've read 3 books in 4 years. Last book I read was actually Against the Web. And I was able to read it, but it's also a very short book. But I wouldn't mind getting back into some horrors and stuff. Anyway. You all are great. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you, mods, for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to everyone who's been able to help support my channel through super chats, through patrons, through buying things from my Amazon wishlist, e-transfers. It means the world to me. It really does. It helps support the channel. It helps support me. And, you know, I'm sticking to my principles, and all you guys in the sandbox, you're the quality. It's quality over quantity. And I appreciate you all for coming out regularly or coming out occasionally, or if this is the first time you've stopped by, I appreciate you checking out my channel and hope you come back. Anyway, tomorrow night, be lots of coverage on multiple channels for the election. You know, that little thing that's going on in the States. I will most likely be watching the stream from the Majority Report because, again, I am a Majority Report sycophant. I have an unhealthy parasocial relationship with the Majority Report, as I say, as I'm wearing one of their shirts. Only because I want to clone that show and make it Canadian up here. And all the people on that show are just amazing people. So I will be watching the Majority Report stream of that when I can. I have things to do in the evening, but I don't think it'll be done by 10. So I'll be watching it then. And anyway, until next time, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.